Nature, like human societies, is a web of connections. Some we understand. Others, we're just beginning to discover. But when these connections break, both ecosystems and societies crumble.
For centuries, our economy has diverged from the logic of the natural world, as we've been ignoring the signals, the damages it causes when left growing unchecked.
This is pushing us toward collapse. The ecosystems that sustain us are failing.
Nature is wise. We are wise.
Our systems, our economies, policies, investments, they also have the power to regenerate.
We can keep stealing from the future, or we can heal it with fearless actions that restore the planet.
Between what was and what could be, there is a moment where we can pause, an opportunity to choose, a space for change.
The gap in between.
By designing the gap between where we are and where we want to be,
we can create a community in which people and nature thrive together.
Innovation to the service of humanity.
And here is where that future begins. Welcome to The Gap in Between.
In 2024. Good morning, everyone. Dear Saskia Tanev, Deputy Director General of Entrepreneurship at Generalitat Valenciana. Juan Ramon Atsuara, Deputy for European Funds, Electronic Administration and Innovation at Diputación de Valencia. David Rosa, Director at Innovating at Las Naves from Valencia Council. Eva Curto, International Projects, Innovation, Entrepreneurs and Circular Economy at AOE. Thank you very much for your attendance and the support of your institutions to this event. Dear partners, speakers, and friends of the impact sector, it is with immense joy and gratitude that I, on behalf of the Social Nest Foundation team, welcome you all to the second edition of The Gap in Between. Those of you who participated last year already know that this event is more than just a gathering. It is a space of connection, collaboration, and above all, action towards tackling the systemic challenge that we as society face today, and some of which we have highlighted in our program. Today, we gather not only as individuals, but as a powerful collective of change makers, entrepreneurs, investors, innovators, and leaders, committed to reshaping our world through impact and purpose. And what a better place to hold this event than Valencia, which this yearly proudly stands as the European Green Capital 2024 and our hometown. I thank you all for coming, many of you from very far away, and bringing with you your knowledge, wisdom, as was mentioned in the video, and passion for a positive change. The Gap in Between offers a platform for you, for us, to collaborate on addressing the world's most pressing problems. This event is an opportunity to step forward together and take meaningful action, driving social and environmental impact through bold ideas. Over the past 14 years, at Social Nest Foundation, we have worked tirelessly to support entrepreneurs, investors, corporations, and governments in their mission to create sustainable solutions, guided by a visionary goal: to reshape the functioning of capitalism, creating economies that prioritize a genuine positive impact on society and the environment. Today, that mission comes to life through each one of you, who have come together from diverse backgrounds, united by the common goal of bridging the gaps that hinder progress. The Gap in Between exists because we know that change doesn't happen in isolation. It happens in the spaces where ideas meet action, where innovators join forces to challenge the status quo. So I invite you to embrace the power of collaboration and build a web of connections. This event is a celebration of you, of those who dare to step into the space of uncertainty and complexity, and who really are ready to craft new solutions for a better tomorrow. So I want to thank each of you for being here, for believing that you can make a difference, and for committing to the hard work of social and environmental change. Our world is at a critical juncture, and today, together, we are actively building a better present and future. We are building the bridges that will close the divide between the challenges we see and the solutions we know are possible. Because together, we have the power to close the gap between the world we know and the world we believe in. Thank you again for being here. Welcome to the Gap in Between, and let's make today impactful and unforgettable. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Yes. First, let me give the stage to our institutional partners, David Rosa from Las Naves and Eva Curto from EOI. And Marta del Castillo from Social Nest, as she will give the introductory remarks as well.
Second. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Valencia. Welcome to La Marina, this amazing city and this amazing place. I mean, you are in the place that everything is happening now. All the ecosystem, all the people, all the partners, all the people from the different areas of the city, on the region, or Europe, maybe, are trying to be here. First of all, I want to thank the organization to select Valencia again. Second time, it's a big pleasure to be here with all of you. From the council point of view, and according to the name of the Congress, I mean, it's amazing. We know some of the gaps. We know that in 2050, 70% of the population are going to be living in the cities. And we, Valencia, are one of the main cities of the Mediterranean area and one of the main cities of the country. And we know, only we know some of the gaps that we need to cover. It's really, really important to think that from the focus point of view, from the impact point of view, this event is the more relevant event for us because it's really focused on impact. We know that we are always saying that we need to focus all investments or new developments, the focus to evolution of the administration point of view, all the digital transformation, focus on the citizens. But the reality, it's many times we are using the technology directly and not really, really profitable for the citizens. This is the challenge. This is one of the challenges only. This is one of the challenges for the cities. We know that we need to see about what is going to be happening with the waste, with the water, with electricity. We have a lot of gaps. And more important, I'm showing the people in the room, and we need to think on the legacy. Some of the people that we are here today, we are not going to be here in 2050. Or maybe we are going to be here, but not working on that. We need to think on the legacy. The legacy is part of the amazing process of today, because we are going to create a lot of connections, and we are going to manage to develop these connections in a correct way, in an impact way, in a correct impact way. This year is quite special for us because we are the green capital for Europe. This is something nice, it's something amazing, more than 100 events, but again, it's only 1 year. The real challenges, or the real challenge for the city, is again the legacy. What about of the next 10 years after the Green Capital year? This is one of the key elements. I'm totally sure that we are going to see a lot of potential solutions during the Congress. Thank you, Marta. Thank you, the rest of the team for the gap in between. It's all, enjoy the city. We have an amazing day. We hope that it's not going to rain. Enjoy the city and enjoy the rest of the day in the Congress. I'm totally sure that this is going to be amazing. Thanks.
Hello, good morning. Can you hear me well? I have 2 micros, it's fine? Okay. So I am Eva Curto. I represent today one of the institutional partners of this event, EOI Business School, which is a public institution attached to the Ministry of Industry and Tourism in our country. So welcome if you come from abroad. For this opening part, I would like to outline 2 very important things for us. First, the relevance of impact investing from a business point of view, because I represent a business school, so. Impact investing focuses, as we all know, on generating measurable, positive social and environmental outcomes alongside financial returns. So companies that prioritize impact are attracting investors who seek both things, who seek financial returns and positive contributions to society. Moreover, governments and international bodies are increasingly enacting regulations and policies that promote sustainability and address social inequalities. So companies that are early adopters of those should be better positioned in the arena. And plus, businesses that prioritize social and environmental issues can attract and retain, which is the most important thing, talent, especially young talent, who are seeking meaningful work aligned with their values. Fortunately, for many people in the new generations, money is not everything, fortunately. The second thing is the importance of creating connection between the different actors of the ecosystem, you name it, academia, innovators, entrepreneurs like you, multilateral organizations, civil society, public bodies, large corporations, SMEs, all of them. We all know that by connecting actors, there is greater potential for innovation. I think we all agree on that, right? And it allows us for the scaling of successful innovations, because one thing that works at a national level can be very well implemented in other regions, but for that, the others have to be aware of that initiative. And also, collaboration between actors enables the pooling of resources, be it human capital, finance, intellectual. This makes it easier for organizations to tackle large and very complex projects that maybe by themselves they couldn't afford it or they couldn't address it. Besides, many social and environmental issues are transnational per se in nature. They don't understand about borders or frontiers. So that's why connecting actors at both national and international levels creates a platform for collective action. And finally, when actors from different regions collaborate, they have greater influence on policy development and economic trends, because normally, a united voice is more likely to be heard. So that is for me now in this opening part. Enjoy the city, enjoy the event. Thank you very much.
In between, I want to join the words of Margarita Albors, and we are very glad from Social Nest to have this opportunity to have you all back and even have new members. I want to tell you a short story. Last year, we realized as Social Nest as being the actors who are promoting social entrepreneurs, and we try to work with economic actors to find the ways and the solutions for the most pressing problems, social and environmental problems. We realized there was no space where these social entrepreneurs or impact startups had the ability to connect with corporations, investors, and other resources that will make them thrive. There are many different technological spaces, but there's not a space where you can connect exclusively sustainable and impact and social impact solutions. So that's why we created the gap in between. But we created not as something of Social Nest. we created as a place for all these actors, for all the people and all the organizations that are seeking to find a solution to the problems of the world. So this is not a space of socialists. This is a space of all of you, of all the people of organizations that join us in this adventure and in this craziness. Last year, we had half the logos that we have here. We are really glad that this is getting bigger and bigger, and it will be much bigger. So I want to be really grateful to all our partners, especially to all these people that believed in us since we were just a PowerPoint and just a crazy idea, and all those people that joined us. Special thanks to our global impact partners, and together with the ones that Margarita mentions, I want to say thanks to Caixa Popular, Fundación 11, Zubi, Factorial, Cofides, and all our corporate partners, Iberia, L'Oreal, Tren Lab, Renfe, Capsa Food, Granja Lab, Enisa, and Spain Up Nation, First Drop, and Danone. With all of you, this will not be possible. And also special thanks to all the Valencia ecosystem that join us and help us to promote this event in Valencia, the hometown of Socialness. So we are all together in this adventure. Today is the second year, but this is going to last from now to the future. So keep joining us, keep being part of the gap in between, because we still have many gaps to bridge. And this is the place to start thriving and start connecting and start finding the next solutions and the next big things we need as a planet and the world. So thank you very much, and please enjoy this event.
I want to welcome you all to the Enlightenment Stage. My name is Maria Francisca Pasi Miño Maya, and I am from Quito, Ecuador, a country that is at the forefront of climate change and shifting new societal ideas in the world. If it weren't for Margarita and for Marta, I wouldn't be in this space. Social Nest and the gap in between have been spaces for a person like myself to create impact within the sustainability and the impact investment world. I am focused on driving a positive change and create a profound, lasting impact in the European landscape. So join me together here to spark ideas, connect visionary minds, and inspire impactful solutions. Let's make this journey together. Today, we gather to explore profound intersections of technological innovation, investment, and social impact. We are facing serious environmental and social challenges right now, and we are among the greatest of our time. It's impacting our economies, our ecosystems, our communities. However, these challenges present immense opportunities for all of us. The Gap in Between Annual Summit is a place to create these new innovative ideas to transform environment and social landscapes and create more mindful solutions and actionable solutions to address these pressing issues. This edition promotes system thinking, empowering decision makers, and recognizing the interdependence and drive purpose-driven collaboration for innovative and impactful solutions. A heartfelt thank you again to the institutional partners. Marta mentioned, and Margarita has mentioned as well, to CaixaBank, Premios Emprende 21, First Drop, Aida, Startup Valencia, BDS, Insomnia, Big Bang, Nessie, EIT Food, Marina de Empresas, The Terminal, B-Lab, Ashoka, Area 101, Filantrópico, Social News with the Impact Project, Bridge for Billions, el Ministerio de Industria y Turismo, Spain Up Nation, Inuva, Fundación Lab, The Overview Effect, Invest in Valencia, Danone, Global Social Impact, Investments, Fondo de Fundaciones de Impacto, The Q Studio, Shaping the World, funded by the European Union, Kloska, Versible.eu, Innova en Acción, and Skills for Impact. As Marta has mentioned before,
before we give all the annunciations, I have to ask kindly, because I see so many people like standing up, We're going to start with the startup pitch in the other stage outside. So I kindly invite all of those interested to learn about our amazing startups that will be pitching in the other stage. Please join us, and so we can part the audience. So that was a little bit sorry.
No, it's okay. Thank you so much. Yes, as Marta mentioned, it's now an event that involves all of us. There are so many partners now that take space in this wonderful city of Valencia, which is full of innovative ideas and people. And yes, before we start with the first panel, I want to give you some logistic announcements that's going to make your experience here today a little bit more in-depth about who you can connect with. So if you have your Social Nest application, you can download it on your phone. It's called Swapcard. It's our event designed to help you connect with other people and profiles. And be sure to download to start connecting with other people and fellow participants in the event. We also have Entrepeneurship, offering a live translation and interpretation services. So you can also access it through the QR codes that should be on the next slides, if someone can help me out with the slides. Yeah, well, we will put them around or circulated throughout the conference, so you can also see it there. I also want to mention the Startup Challenge. Many innovative startups will take place and will have the chance to win a grand prize of 10,000 euros. And this will take place in the discovery stage. They have the opportunity to also win tickets for the 4 Years for Now conference in Barcelona, have potential opportunities for impact measurement videos, scholarships for, on behalf of Skills for Impact platform, and training from Skills for Impact and Social Nest. They will also have access to Versable for easier fundraising 1 year for free. So again, to make the best of sustainability today, I encourage you to support NASTA. It's also another one of the QR codes that you will see around the event, and it will help you understand where you can properly dispose each type of waste here today. I also want to introduce Filantropico, the coffee that you have been seeing offered outside, supporting people with disabilities. So that's a great way to support sustainability as well and social inclusion. And of course, at the end of the conference, I will ask you guys to have to take the satisfaction survey and help us with all of your feedback. So now, to give stage to our next featured speakers, I want to introduce for the first panel called Demystifying Systemic Change. So in today's fast-changing world, challenges are often tackled in isolation. And systemic change is incredibly essential to address these global issues and achieving lasting social and environmental impact. This roundtable will demystify systemic change, offering a clear understanding of how innovation and cooperation can drive large-scale transformation. Systemic change is essential to tackle complex social and environmental challenges, and it is a lens to address a wide range of issues from social inclusion to finance and food security. This approach offers the necessary framework to drive the infrastructure solutions explored at this conference. Let me give the stage to Rocio Castrillo, Director of Entrepreneurship and Strategy at Enisa. Enisa is a public capital entity under the Ministry of Industry, Commerce and Tourism through the Directorate General for Industry and Small and Medium Enterprises. It has focused its efforts on financing SMEs through participative loans, helping to promote growth and innovation in the business landscape. Welcome, Rocio. We're so happy to have you here. Next on stage, we have Anna Dubois, Global Partnerships at Ashoka Global. Ashoka is one of the world's largest network of social entrepreneurs and global leader in social innovation. Thank you, Anna, for being here.
Thank you.
And our third speaker, Curto. She's a part of the international projects, innovations, and entrepreneurs and circular economy at EOI. And EOI is a business school, a public institution from the Ministry of Industry and Tourism of Spain. It offers executive education and postgraduate programs in business management, environmental sustainability, and entrepreneurship and SMEs. And now let's welcome our moderator, Margarita Albors, founder and president of Social Nest Foundation, who will be leading this panel. Welcome, Margarita.
Again, and thank you to our panelists. As Maria Paz was mentioning, well, we know that the challenges that we are fixing or trying to fix are very complex, are wicked, and require collaboration. We are many times or oftentimes trying to tackle these challenges in isolation, and we more and more know now that the importance of systemic thinking, systemic investment, and working with this systemic way. So it's true that it's also a topic that is a little bit kind of complex sometimes, not very well understood. So we are going to try to, through definitions, examples, and the experience of our great panelists today, to learn more about what it is and how we can implement it. So let's start with you, Anna. Ashoka has many years of experience and for many years talking about systemic change. So can you please give us a definition, what it is, how do you define systemic change over other types of change, and as well, if you can please give us an example that can maybe clarify what we are talking about.
Thank you, Margarita. It's very exciting for us to be talking about system change. As you mentioned, Ashoka is the largest network of social entrepreneurs. It's 4,000 fellows in the world. All are change makers. All are working on system change. That's why we have learned so much from them. So system change, how do we make this easy, is about shifting the conditions that support the system, the problem in place. That means going to the root causes and addressing the social, economic, environmental conditions or things that are going to holding that system in place, so that we look, and this is the key thing, no, for a sustainable, long-standing solution. The end goal is to transform systems so that we have better solutions. And this is especially key because in the introduction we were talking about the most pressing social issues that are absolutely complex, very interconnected. We've had solutions in place for many, many years. We need to think differently. We need to innovate, and that's what social innovation provides. As an example, for example, Specialisterne, maybe some of you know, it's a social enterprise founded by Ashoka fellow Torkil Sone. He realized that when people neurodiverse were accessing the workplace, there was this mindset of limitation, no? of lacking certain skills, and he turned that around. So Specialisterne, what he does is support people with neurodiverse situations and provides access to the workplace. At the same time, he's changing this narrative about what opportunity means. Because as it happens, they have special skills that are very interesting for certain roles. So I think that's the most important thing, and collaboration. Collaboration in system change is fundamental, and I think we're going to talk more about that.
We will talk a little bit more about that. Rocio, can, in your case, also talk about a project, initiative, an example that you have been working on at Enisa regarding system change?
Of course. Thank you very much for inviting me to this table. Actually, it's a very beautiful name, Demystify Systemic Change. You know, I'm used more to financials, this kind of economic tables. So it's very, very good to be here talking about a different thing and also to share a table with another 3 women. So it's, I was thinking this is the first time in my life this happened, coming from the economic area, actually. So.
Hopefully not the last one.
I hope not the last one. So it's good we realize when all men are here, and it's good to realize also when all women are here. And coming back to your question, I will focus on my own experience in the entrepreneurship ecosystem, because I think, I mean, Enisa, I guess you all, or at least most of you know about Enisa. Our main instrument is the participative loan. So we are used to finance startups in very early stages. And we have been this for almost 30 years, so it's, let's say, it's a kind of mature instrument, but the startup ecosystem changed quite a lot in 2021, when we had for the first time the strategy for the Spain as a startup nation. This was presented by the president of the government, so it was a mission for the country. Maybe a strategy is not the main thing to change the future of the economy, but it was a very starting point for what happens later on. So it was many ministries working together with this common mission, making Spain as a great destination for startups. And let's say the philosophy behind this is that Spain is a great country to live, and you in Valencia know well about what I'm talking about. And the goal for this mission was, and still is, to make Spain the best country to make startups and to invest in them. So from that, 1.5 years later, we have the startups law. I guess you are also familiar with this, with many objectives. Main of them were to lower the administrative burden, to improve the fiscal situation for startups, for investments, to be able to attract investments and talent from all over the world. But apart from this, which is like, let's say, the classical effects, it was also included the generation of the ecosystem. So there were many, let's say, many perspectives from different ministries working together in creating the perfect place for startups to grow or to be generated. So, and from that point, Enisa has several mandates. For example, the certification of startups. We have certified 1,200 startups so far in a little bit more than 1 year, and this is also very good for fiscal benefits. You have to get this certification to access to specific benefits, mainly fiscal. But apart from that, we have had a great registration. It's only 1 year and a couple of months. Okay, we expect still to grow in numbers. But we have, for the first time, a very good picture of what the startups are, where startups are, and also to begin to build a community from here. Again, to put startups at the forefront of the policies, to make specific normative framework, to create specific activities, and to ask them, or ask you, the need you have in order to continue building. I will stop here. Sorry for the
No, but
length.
It's true that I think, as you said, it was a strategy, but it was built with the collaboration of the sectors. I remember going to every city in Spain, talking to the entrepreneurs, asking them what they thought. So really built from down to the top. So. As Anna was mentioning, when we talk about system change, we talk about collaboration and we talk about different players and also doing things together. So I wanted to ask you now about how to engage two players that many times are overlooked, which are communities and the public administration. So Eva, what strategies do you use at AOE to engage local communities in your system change projects?
Well, I think in Engaging local communities is crucial for any kind of project, but if we're wanting to tackle systemic change, especially. When you implement a project in a territory, there's already existing natural leaders there. There's already existing organizations that are working smoothly and very well, and they're very embedded in the social fabric of the territory. So there's no need to reinvent the wheel. You just have to listen to them. So one of the examples that I will put today is Territorio Emprende. Territorio Emprende is a project that we're implementing in Galicia, northwestern Spain, aimed at impact entrepreneurs, social and environmental entrepreneurs. So while conceiving that project, because basically it's a training itinerary that will accompany the entrepreneurs for 3-4 months, and we could have conceived it as a top-down conception of the itinerary. Okay, I think they would need this, so we would settle these modules. So I think this is necessary for them. This is what they need. But we said no. First, we have to listen what the needs are of the local community. So we decided to set up a phase 0 that is called training of trainers. We call that training of trainers because training is an eligible cost for the European Social Fund, which is the fund that is funding us. But it is actually not a training of trainers. It is creating a safe space for all the natural leaders coming from the quadruple helix: academia, public, local, and regional bodies, civil society, private sector, to listen to them and train them in a way so they themselves can become mentors of the entrepreneurs afterwards. But there's this phase 0 before we even start the training of the entrepreneurs. That's listening to the local community. I don't conceive a project now without doing that, actually, without listening to them first.
And what about the role of the administration? How do you see that it can promote or inhibit the systemic change?
Systemic change.
Yeah.
Well, I think we have a responsibility as public institutions because we set the framework. So we set, at the end, we set the context by which we can encourage transformation, or we can keep going as usual, no? Just keep going with the status quo and the old paradigms. One of the examples that I want to put today in this regard is another project that we managed in 2022 and 2023 that was called the Break Fellowship. So the Break Fellowship was a 10 million euros next generation funded program aimed at women entrepreneurs. So we attracted in 2 years 1,000 women entrepreneurs from all European countries to Spain. But we didn't have the resources to do all that because it was a huge project. So we decided to launch a public tender. Una licitación, what we say in Spanish, a public tender. While writing the terms and conditions of that public tender, we have the capacity to set the framework. What is what we want? What is what we want to achieve? Do we want a standard soft landing and internationalization program for women entrepreneurs? Or do we want it to be more transformative for the entrepreneurs, transformative for the local communities that are hosting those entrepreneurs? So we spent 6 months co-creating the conception of the Break Fellowship together with experts in the European Union on theory U, design thinking, rural management, fixing population in the territory, women leaders all around Europe. So we had 2 objectives with the Break Fellowship. First, to tackle the gender gap within the European entrepreneurship ecosystem, which is obvious still, but also to tackle the territorial gap in Spain. So we didn't want the entrepreneurs to come to Barcelona or even Valencia or Madrid, where it seems that everything happens in the big cities. We wanted them to go to small cities and rural areas to capitalize their talents so they can give back something, because they were receiving a 7,000 euro program for free. So come on, you're receiving that, you give back. How did we do that? In the tender, it was written that the awardee had to identify 30 local communities, small communities all around Spain, and those communities had to identify local challenges aligned with silver economy, fixing, social entrepreneurship, fixing population in the territory, energetic transition, environmental issues. So each of the local communities identified one challenge, and the breakers, the entrepreneurs, came to Spain, they received the training, but through open innovation sessions, they had to propose solutions for that. And we could have written another thing in the tender. We could have written, okay, you just come to Spain, we do like a standard soft landing thing, and you go back. So we have the capacity as public institutions to set the framework and transform things. But we have to become intrapreneurs in our institutions. Otherwise, things will be as they have been.
Let's talk now about the challenges that system change also represent, or how complex sometimes it is. So, Anna, I want to ask you about, in your opinion, in your experience, what are the obstacles that someone may face when trying to implement systemic change initiative projects, or this new way of seeing the challenges, the problems, or the way to solve them?
More and more we have publications, research, which helps as well, because this effort of demystifying system change is very much needed. Funding is a key space where we still have a lot of opportunity. Why? What I really love about Ashoka Fellows and social innovators is that they see the future brighter than any of us. That they're optimistic. They see ahead something that many of us cannot see, specifically in a context where everything is so difficult. What happens is that they are the experts. They have the best solutions. They are the ones down with the community driving change. When they sit down with a funder, what happens is, first, there's power dynamics. So historically, the funder has more power than the expert, than the social innovator, and that drives certain challenges. So I think the first thing is we need to be able to talk peer-to-peer, eye-level, expert and funder. What's the best thing that we want to achieve? How can I help you with this? And I think that's something very important. And second, the current funding paradigm is not fit for systems change. It's very project-driven, output-driven, very short-term, and we need to change that. It's scary, but in average, system change takes at least 10 years. So you really need to be brave and think big and bold, and we really need that. And there are people doing it out there. It's just about looking and managing the conversation in a way that you can actually partner. I think that sense of partnership is key. But even if you're an investor, a bank, a philanthropist, any type of funder, you need to rethink the way you're approaching social innovation, social entrepreneurship, to be really in this journey of getting a brighter future together.
Rocio, can you share maybe some of the learnings that you have had from failure or something that didn't went as you were expecting?
Yes, of course. It's difficult maybe to make a summary here, but I mean, for public administration, change is difficult. I mean, I guess there is nothing new here. And sometimes when we finally find a place where you can do something new, it's very important afterwards to check that there is something new and good afterwards. Because behind every law, behind every public policy, there is a good desire. And 5 years after, we need to check that this is still true. And it's not so common because I mean, obviously there are owners of this policy, people that are very proud of it, and it's very important to confront with what we have done before, and that's why, I mean, I think we are going to agree here, but I invite social community to ask public administration to make impact assessments of the policies we do. Because there are sometimes side effects, unexpected, many times, and it might cover the good desires of the beginning, and it's very important to continue improving. It's necessary to improve any time with the policies. For example, the startup law, it's almost 2 years, so it's very good, at least for me, to hear entrepreneurs to let us know about the problems of our, I mean, there is no perfect law. I mean, I have to tell you this, there is no perfect law, especially for one that is kind of new. There was not a precedent one. And it's very important to be able to listen here, but maybe to do something more systemic, like impact assessments. In this sense, we are working with OECD in the first impact assessment of the law. This is led by the Ministry of Digital Transformations and Función Pública, sorry for the translation, I'm not completely sure of the name. And this is something we need to do. This is something that is difficult for public administrations to do because there are internal powers, and every time there are teams working with this which are very proud of. So it's very important also to receive from outside this urge, this need. I have several obstacles, but I will stop here.
Perfect. Thank you. Do you have questions? Do we have time for a couple of questions in the audience? If someone wants to ask anything to our panelists, you have the opportunity now. Yes, great. We have a question. There's a mic coming over you.
Good morning. Thank you. I have a question about tourism in Spain and systemic change. Being the biggest motor that runs this country, and with more and more people interested in coming here, what Ashoka Fellows see a future for systemic change in tourism? What inspires you that you could share with us?
Very briefly, because we work with fellows on many different topics, but what we've seen in tourism is very connected to what Rocio was sharing, Eva, sorry, putting the community first, making them part of whatever is going to happen in their city, in their space. I think that's the common denominator of everything that we're seeing, which is connected to almost any of the topics. Very, very shortly, they are driving system change basically because they're empowering others if you treat others like change makers. So it applies for tourism, but applies for anything else, really.
Well, I think we should see the picture from a long-term vision, something that we don't have. There's not a critical mass of people thinking long-term. But if we would think long-term, I think we should pivot from an extractive model to a regenerative and life-centered model, for sure. Not only taking into account local communities, as Anna said, but nature in the center. I would go beyond human-centered projects. I would go for life-centered projects. But unfortunately, I'm not super optimistic in that sense. I think it will take years and years to get a critical mass of people thinking that way. But there's no other way for our planet. And tourism and textile and retail are only one of the examples of that.
Wow. Here, Tim.
Hi.
Hi.
Tim Raji from Alpha Mundi. Question for the whole panel. How long do you think systemic change takes? And how do you ensure continuity of action when government leaders or corporate partners have a change in leadership? How do you make sure this systemic change continues in the same direction and with the same momentum? Thank you.
Very briefly, please, because we are run out of time, but
the timing for the public administration, taking into account elections and possible change of priorities. This is also an issue here, and it's when you define this public administration layer and probably politics and this lawyer more for decision making, and these two areas need to work together. And it's so good when they work together, because this is when things really work. So it's maybe a problem, but also a challenge when really politics and the policy decision makers, more at a political level, and the public administration work together. It's when we get the buy-in of everyone to get this systemic change. So it's a challenge for public administrations to work with these two layers that are working together all the time, actually. But when they work, when maybe different parties also in the Congress, I'm going to come again to the startup law, which was approved by the full majority. All the Congress approved this law, so it was a clear space for understanding here. And it's a good signal for the future it seems to be a priority for everyone. And this is exactly the space when things should work. And it's very good when we find these spaces. If there is only one thing in a challenge, it might be not the good place for the resources to go. When everyone really work together, startups ecosystem, the policymakers, the public administration, they all believe in the needs, it's really when the things might work.
I know there were a couple of more questions. Sorry about that. I'm sure that our panelists can maybe stay a little bit longer around if you want to ask them some more questions. We have to close the panel here. Thank you so much. We know that it's challenging, that we don't have much time, and it requires time. But as Eva was saying, we don't have any other option. So we are here very optimistic because we are sure that we are going to be able to create those connections, to really change our way to a more systemic way of thinking. And together, as we were saying, we are wise. So I'm sure with this vision, we will be able to face all the challenges that we have ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you, and enjoy.
Amazing panel. Thank you, Rocio, Eva, Ana, and Margarita for an amazing experience and for explaining to us what systemic change means in the innovation and impact space. Now, I would like to introduce a fireside chat with Aida Castany, Senior Account Executive of Factorial. With over 12,000 clients worldwide in more than 25 countries, Factorial is one of the leading HR softwares for SMEs, providing intuitive HR solutions that automate and centralize administrative tasks and provides insights and help business run smoothly. So please welcome our speaker, Aida Castany, Senior Account Executive at Factorial, and her moderator, Ana de Andres, founder of Shine, an organization where leadership meets transformation and innovation. You can give us like 1 minute until they prep into the stage. Yes, another reminder of all the logistic announcements I've shared at the beginning, to download the swap card in your phone so that you can connect with other people around the stages, and all the QR codes that are also around the event, where you can know what to do with your waste disposal, as well as see when the startup challenge will take place. All right, so please welcome again Ana de Andres and Aida Castany from Factorial. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Can you hear us? Yes.
El mío no se...
Why don't we just, you know, because I know that many of you are almost like sleeping, so let's make sure that you are awake for our dialogue. So please, yeah? So let's move a little bit, maybe take a couple of breaths so that we really make justice to this woman, yeah? Okay, thank you. Thank you for playing.
Anna, I don't know if it's my microphone working.
I think it is.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So, okay, now that you are here, which is, don't you think that most of the time people are not present these days? Maybe it's only my way of seeing things. Anyway, so we've talked about the large system a lot in this room. Let's not now talk about something smaller. Let's talk about her, okay? And how does she fit into the system? So why don't you give us a minute about yourself, Aida, so that they get to meet you like I have these days.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be here today in front of such an accomplished group of startup founders and investors at the Gap in Between event. So thank you for inviting me. And a little bit about myself. Well, even I don't look like today, but I'm a former tennis player. And I went to the United States to find the American dream. So after 9 years living there, I decided to come back to my roots, Spain and Barcelona specifically. And right now, I came to pursue what my passion is, which is helping people improve and get better on HR processes or any processes on their daily basis at work. So right now I'm an account executive at Factorial, HR, and I've been there almost 4 years right now.
Okay, so what do you do? Because HR, I mean, I used to work in HR. I used to direct an HR department, and it is a hard, it's hard to work there. So what do you do at Factorial? How do you help HR people?
Okay. So now that you were saying that it's actually a tough job to be in, I'm going to give a real example. So imagine you have in front of you the traditional Spanish HR manager. Let's call her Ana or Mari Carmen,
I won't
for
take
example.
offense. Okay.
Let's call her Mari Carmen. So imagine Mari Carmen surrounded by endless stacks of paper, an inbox that's constantly overflowing, 15 spreadsheets, Excel open spreadsheets, that each of them, for them, look like a top secret financial model, or even chasing signatures. They're calculating vacation days manually. So all that, doing it by themselves. So Mari Carmen represents what many HR managers face today. And they face, they're overloaded with administrative tasks and disconnected systems. So at Factorial, what we do is we support them by shifting them from tedious processes into processes that they can make them focus on creating a space of growth in the company.
Sounds good. Is it true?
That's true. We do. I think we have more than 10,000 clients now at Factorial, so we're proving it.
What kind of companies do you work with? Do you work with big companies only or also with small companies?
Yeah, we do a little bit of everything. We don't close our doors to a specific size because we have clients that they can have 3,000 employees in the company, but it's true that our ideal target is from 20 employees to 500, so we focus more on pymes.
Yeah, small and medium companies.
Small and medium-sized companies, yeah, that would be our
and
target.
How do you, so let's say that I am Mari Carmen.
Yes.
And then you come, I call you, you come, and you tell, how do you help me? So I would say, I have all these problems, and how do you do the job?
So first, what we do is we try to do an assessment of the client. So it's more like trying to understand what are their needs and problems on their daily basis. And in this case, a SaaS solution is made to customize the platform for them. So it depends on what their needs are, but we can manage from time tracking, time offs, project management, to performance management, even expenses. Like they can take a picture from a ticket, and it will screen the ticket itself, and they can do their finance in a better way and faster way.
And how are you helping to shape the future of work through the work you do?
Well, there's different ways we do that, because in the end, well, we're all been through this transition from COVID until now, so companies need to adapt to those new ways of working. And how we do that, for example, is by helping, like bringing remote and hybrid models. So this platform allows HR managers to coordinate teams and to track productivity anywhere in the world. So that helps them, well, reduce cost and time and focus on what really matters, what truly matters for them, which is people and strategy.
I always think that the most interesting thing about people is why they do what they do. So why do you work there? What are you? How is this personally relevant to you, Aida? How is this related to being a tennis player?
Well, first, I think it's also a competitive job as well, and yeah, obviously I always wanted to help people, and I think it's a great way of helping individuals and companies at the same time. So I try to understand, empathize with them. So I think that would be.
Okay. And now we are all talking about not only technology in general, but AI in particular. So are you already using AI, not only technology, but processes, and how are you incorporating that to the work you do today?
Well, that's a good question, because obviously in the world we have right now, it's a tech-driven world. So the future of work is being shaped by emerging technologies like artificial intelligence. And well, at my company, in this case, at Factorial, we've been already trying to offer that by, for example, bringing AI into a deeper insight in performance reviews. So basically, when a client needs to do a review of their employees, it will bring an insight of what are those weaknesses and strengths, and what would be the action plan to take. So that helps a lot of HR departments so that they can get a real insight of it. Or we can even screen candidates' profile, and among others, but especially reports, insights, and that takes a lot of time from companies.
Yeah. I don't know if you are a nerd. I am a nerd. Una empollona.
Una empollona.
A little bit?
No, I was not.
Yeah?
Never the type of empollona.
No? How many nerds do I have in the room? Okay, good. I like nerds.
Okay.
You know? So one of the things that I am studying lately is specifically that. How is AI going to affect us as human beings and also as leaders? So what you do is going to save us time to work on the important things or not? Is that part of the deal?
Yes, to work on things that actually truly matters. That's what AI do, not only reducing time, but letting people focus on, for example, bringing the next big idea for the company, rather than just taking care of papers, spreadsheets, and administrative tasks that make no sense on a job. So it's more about, and it's important to bring innovation, adaptability, and rapid growth, and that's what AI and tech brings to society and companies.
And what is your experience? Because when I worked in HR, it was very hard to do the job strategically. There were so many, people had
you were
an Excel
Carmen.
spreadsheet here, somebody else, somewhere else had another part of the information. It was almost impossible to determine, for instance, how many people work for the company. What is your experience today? Do people in HR and in companies in general, do they have good data about their human resources, or are they still lacking important data to make informed decisions?
Yeah. So SaaS solutions for HR in this case, people think that it's only focused on HR teams, but that's not the truth, because HR platforms, they bring IT operations, managers, marketing into a single unified platform. And that's because you get insights like the ones you're mentioning, which are reports, statistics about how many employees I have, what's the turnover rate, like finance, like what's the cost per employee. And those that's information that not only HR needs, but also IT operations, managers. And so, yeah, that's the answer. We give more than just HR.
So let me make sure that we are on time. One takeaway that you would like to leave them today, something that is important for you to share.
I would say to not be afraid of change, because like Mari Carmen, or your case, for example, Anna, 10 years ago as a HR director, companies, especially in Spain, but around the world, they've been doing things in a traditional way. Obviously, it worked for them for the past 50 years, but that doesn't mean that is the best way of doing things. So right now, HR and other SaaS solutions are evolving, and now it's more about bringing the next big idea for the company and focusing on talent and how to get the best out of people in HR specifically. So that would be my advice, maybe, to not be afraid of change.
Instead of being afraid of technology, using it to make our lives better and easier, right?
Yes, and obviously, yeah, to make your life better, or at least we try to do that.
Okay. We have 1 minute. Are there any questions in the room? Any questions for Aida? Or any comments about, please?
No?
Thank you.
Thank you.
He's not paid or anything.
Yeah,
I mean,
we haven't
it is
paid.
just out of spontaneity that he's saying that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh God, and now I have cows, but they don't have a fence.
Thank
yet.
you very much.
Like,
What's your name? Chris?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, and we haven't paid him.
Yeah.
Just to clarify that.
And that would be one of my takeaways too, that you need data to make informed decisions.
Saying like,
Chris, what's your role at the
these are probably
company?
your cows.
Sorry?
We had to go over 10 kilometers wherever.
Design. So
our cows,
that
they would have,
actually
gone through all
brings
these
what I was
years.
telling about, that
Yeah.
it's not
No,
only
not
HR, it helps also
It's amazing.
a designer.
The best.
Exactly. So.
Yeah, it's super nice.
Okay, so apparently somebody else is talking, so that means that we have to leave. Thank you very much, everybody.
It's so good.
Thank you, nerds, for stepping out and saying that you're nerds.
Yeah.
I think that we have to be proud of ourselves.
At least an hour.
And enjoy the day.
Thank you.
He loves it.
Thank you, Aida
It's like,
and
oh,
Anna,
thank
so
you.
much for
Now.
your presence on stage. That was really, really interesting. And now we're going to move on to panel number 2. This panel is about building a resilient and sustainable food system from farm to table. And as you know, the food demand continues to rise. Addressing the challenges requires considering new perspectives of diverse stakeholders. This discussion will cover the entire food supply chain from production to consumption, identifying key obstacles to keeping the food system within safe planetary boundaries. We will also explore ways to improve connectivity, promote local consumption, and create solutions that enhance the well-being of both producers and consumers. So join us working towards a sustainable world with better food systems. Let's welcome to our stage for this next panel, Oksana, and I apologize because I'm not sure if I'm going to say your last name very well. Oksana Hrinevich, Agricultural Project Manager at EIT Food. EIT Food is supported by the EU. It leads the world's largest and most dynamic food innovation community, and they invest in projects, individuals, and organizations that share goals to deliver positive impact at speed and scale. So please welcome the moderator, Oksana. Welcome to the Gap in Between. Thank you for being here. Now let me welcome our speakers. First, we have Mr. Adam Kyberd. He's the head of Triodos Bank and is in the Food Transition Fund. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Triodos is a global leader in impact investment with over 25 years of experience offering solutions that tackle critical sustainability challenges. The expertise of this fund is wide. It has expertise in energy and climate, financial inclusion, sustainable food, agriculture, and impact equities and bonds. Thank you so much for being here, Adam. And our next speaker, we have Aniek Schoenhoven. Welcome, Aniek. Founder of EARA, the European Alliance for Regenerative Agriculture. Yes, next we have Mr. Ivo Deng, CEO from Climate Farmers. Welcome, Ivo. Climate Farmers is in the business of scale regenerative agriculture in Europe. Wonderful to have you all here. It's an amazing topic. And yeah, the floor is yours.
Sorry? Okay, it works. Thanks a lot for the presentation, for inviting us. For us, it's an important step toward the regenerative agricultural practices implementation and scaling. Thanks a lot for the participants. I'm very glad to meet you all in person. Someone for the first time, someone to more frequent. And yeah, I would like to start with the first question to Ivo, just to give a brief introduction for those who are not so familiar as we are with the RegionAg topic. Ivo, from your perspective as a co-founder of Climate Farmers, and I know that you are building the infrastructure to scale the RegionAg practices, how would you define the regenerative agriculture and why it is so important to do this transition towards it?
Right. So Regenerative agriculture, maybe for those that are not familiar, it's a topic that has come out of a very, very niche kind of environment into the mainstream in an incredible short amount of time. 2019, almost nobody had heard of it. By now, it's the main topic when we talk about agriculture and the future of agriculture. It's a fascinating sort of approach that bridges between sustainability and productivity. So for the first time, we have an approach where we can both look at climate adaptation, we can look at climate mitigation, we can look at biodiversity enhancement, improvement of the livelihoods of farmers, while producing a lot and very high quality food, without a whole lot of technology, without a whole lot of sort of artificial processes, really working in collaboration with nature. And this topic has come into the mainstream incredibly quickly, hence our mission to build the infrastructure under it to make sure that it can do that effectively. And the question of how do we define it comes up again and again and again and again, because sort of how do we implement it on a large scale? And people say, we can't really implement it unless we define it. For those of you who are not deep in agriculture, let's look at a different example. If you ask, what is leadership? Define that, please. Nobody here would really be able to do that in a way that, right? Nobody on the other side would say, yeah, but we can't implement it if we can't define it. We all know that leadership means doing the right thing in the right moment, depending on the context of your team, depending on the context of your organization, depending on who you are. Regenerative agriculture is the same thing. You implement good agricultural practice according to the context and according to who you are as a farmer. That improves the ecology of the farm, that is the biodiversity, the water, the carbon. That improves the economy of the farm, that is, let's say, in the end, the profit-loss statement of the farm business. And that improves the community of the farm, that is the diversity, equity, inclusion. That improves the health of the people around you. That improves the quality of work that is in the community around you. So it's a kind of agriculture that shows positive results on all of this, within the given context of the farm.
I think you have just covered the main points that we could now deploy throughout the conversation. Yannick, from the farmer's perspective, I know that you are applying regenerative and also some organic practices on your farm in Murcia. Which is the main challenge farmer faces when he or she opts to make this transition?
So my name is Yannick and I live in La Junquera, which is a farm in the south of Spain, 1,100 hectares and one of the biggest organic regenerative farms here in Europe. And there's many challenges that we're facing when we transition, right? Because first of all, you have knowledge. You have to gain theoretical knowledge, but then you have to apply it on your farm. And unfortunately, it never works out like in the books. You always have to experiment a lot, and maybe 9 out of 10 experiments, you have to try to do them again to make them in a way that they actually work in your specific context. So I would say one of the first things is actually applying this knowledge on your field takes time. You might need 4 years because 1 year doesn't work because you didn't do it right. 1 year doesn't work because the weather was different than normal. And then for 2 years, you want to know if it actually works, right? Then besides that, the context in which you work, and unfortunately now with climate change, it's something that we can no longer know what will happen with the weather, with crazy hailstorms that happen all of a sudden in summer instead of in April, and other of those elements that we don't know up front. This really makes it challenging for us to do this transition, because we can say now, okay, we need to do to transition to more diversity of crops, because that is good for the farm, it's good to become more resilient, and you have less of a monoculture. Great, but then you do that, but then all of a sudden your weather patterns change, and that no longer serves the farm. It no longer serves that area. And that happens in many regions in Europe and probably all over the world, is that we can no longer know what the future will bring in terms of rain patterns. And for a farmer, that is very key. That's very challenging. And then I think a third challenge in this transition is the financial side. Even though I do strongly believe that you can make equal income, or even some cases maybe better income with regenerative organic than with conventional, because that is what is happening on our farm. We now have, compared to our neighbor's lands, 20 crops, 20 people hired, whereas the neighbor is still at 1 crop, 1 person hired. So it is possible, and it is financially interesting, yes. But all those experiments that you do will require an investment, either in time, in land, or in money, and sometimes in all 3 of those, right? That you might not get back that first year, and maybe not that second year, and maybe the third year, yes. But you need to bridge that, right? So you need to bridge those years in which you're experimenting, which is so important to make sure that you got it right, but you need to have the financial backup to actually be able to do that. If you don't have that backup, you might go bankrupt after year 1. And you say, okay, this did not work. But you have to know that this takes a few years to get it exactly right. So I think that financial part is really challenging as well.
Yeah, thanks for your point. I think we will come back to that in further questions, but thanks for highlighting that. I think the economic part is a crucial one when we are thinking about this switch and transition from one type of practices to another one, which is much more innovative, but also a little bit scary. But okay, let's come to Adam. I know that one of the main points that you are focused in trials is improving food security and safety, and I think it's an important thing. From your perspective, in which lines can we work to meet growing food with regenerative production and making sure that farmers still have the access to land and their businesses are profitable?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's really complicated, right? And I think the panel before we heard about systems change and all of the different things that need to happen to make a shift in the system. The food system is really complex, and you have different actors within it. And you can't, I mean, we've heard some great examples of farmers making that change, but they need the system to shift around them as well. So you need consumers to change how they eat. You need government to change how it finances and supports farmers, and you need people like us to provide that financing to farmers to make that shift. And we're relatively early, I would say, in terms of the transition to a more sustainable food system. So there's a lot more to do. I think partly what's in your question as well is a question I hear a lot. You know, can we really feed the world if on regenerative farming and organic? And I think it's a great question, but it's also the wrong question, right? No one thing fixes the system. You know, in England, when I was young, people said, why do we put wind turbines up? We can't power the whole country on wind turbines. We're not trying to. We now get 30% of our power from wind turbines, 10% from solar, and a mixture of other things. It's all these different parts of the system come together to drive change. And I think for food, that's exactly the same. You know, we need consumers to eat less animal-based proteins, right? If we reduced the amount of animal-based proteins we all consume, we don't need to be vegan. Don't be scared. Very good if you are vegan, but you know, just reducing your daily consumption of animal proteins has a massive effect, right? 1/3 of our global emissions comes from the food system. Between half and 2/3 is from animal agriculture, right? So we know this is a problem that we could shift. We also waste about 1/3 of our food throughout the full value chain. So I think regenerative and organic farming absolutely is where we should be going, but we also need to change these other parts of our food system to make it truly sustainable and sustainable for the farmer.
Yeah, thanks. Great answer. I think, yeah, our food system is like a kaleidoscope which consists of different elements, and this is also our job to understand which percentage will be higher for which element and which is lower, and how we can combine them in order to reach this sustainable food production. Great point. Ivo, based on your experience, what is blocking the internalization of the possible positive externalities of ecological and resilient food systems?
Yeah, so positive and negative externalities, for those in the room that are not into this, what we have in agriculture is we have a lot of often called negative externalities, which means a farm might produce an effect on its surrounding that they are not paying for, right? So let's say we have methane emissions as an example. We have runoff of fertilizer, we have effects of pesticides and similar, and farms are not paying for that currently. In the same way, farms are producing a ton of what would be called positive externalities. So if you are in a beautiful agricultural environment, then you will walk around and you will enjoy the nice farms, you will enjoy the trees, maybe the animals. Let's say you go to Asturias or somewhere like that. You love the hiking, all of this. It produces, of course, biodiversity. It, of course, captures carbon through the agricultural soil. There are a lot of these positive effects that you have on the farm in the same way as you would have negative effects on the farm. In the same way as in a lot of cases in our economic system, right now, as a farmer, you neither get a credit for the positive externalities, neither for the negative externalities. So we create a system where the community benefits on the one hand, and on the other hand is harmed without that actually being accounted for. And right now, as a farmer, you are being paid for one thing, that is producing a ton of food. The more food you produce, that's what you're paid for. We as a society, we are not paying you for anything else. So if we want a beautiful landscape, well, we're not paying for that, so we don't get it, right? So in some cases, farmers do that because they really, really care. In other cases, they couldn't afford to do that anymore, and so they didn't. And so then sometimes you go through agricultural landscapes that are not very beautiful anymore, and that is not a place where you want to live, and that then leads to people abandoning those areas, but nobody's paying for it, so we are not paying for it. So, you know, so the question is, how do we internalize that? And the question is sort of, who is internalizing it right now? Because if we look at like very experienced regenerative farmers already, we know a lot that are producing very high quality, regeneratively produced agricultural produce that also has a very low carbon footprint, that has a high nutrient density, contributes to biodiversity on farms. And they sell that at the normal commodity markets because there is no market right now for regenerative produce, with a few notable examples or exceptions like crowd farming or similar, where you can actually buy from regenerative farms directly, right? So right now, a food company is going to absorb those externalities, those positive externalities, without actually paying for it. So we see cases in which actors in the food system are actually waking up to this and are taking action on this. We see more and more investors investing in regenerative agriculture, more and more corporates, banks, insurances that are picking this up because they understand that unless we invest in those aspects like biodiversity, like healthy soils, we will not have food, very simply. The agricultural production is at so much risk that it's hardly insurable anymore, which is absolutely insane if you think about it. So there is more and more corporate investment, but what we are working on as climate farmers with a lot of other people as well is to make sure that the way that corporates are engaging with this is actually meaningful and actually supports the farmers in the process, because the way that our economic system works right now, it's not usually in such a way that is mutually beneficial and regenerative. So in the end, it ends up that the most powerful actor takes a lot of it. So what we're doing is to build farmer and corporate partnerships that are mutually beneficial, lead to those outcomes, lead to decarbonization, lead to biodiversity increases, and lead to more profitable farms in the end. But the short answer to your question is what blocks it right now is that nobody has an interest in it, or nobody has yet understood that they have an interest in it. And so the problem is that most food corporates are waiting still because they say, well, we can still source our produce even without investing in our supply chain. And in 1 year, in 2 years, they're going to notice it's too late, right? And they're going to notice a lot of the farms are really in crisis, and then they will have to act. We would rather they acted now than when it's much more expensive for them to do it and much more painful for the farmers to do. So we will see this in 2 years. It would be better if we did it now.
And I think you also highlighted one other thing, a part of investment, a part that there is a gap between agriculture, farmers and corporates, which should be somehow covered. Otherwise, we are not going to have the possibilities to grow and to develop the sector. And this sector is very, very slow. Also, not only speaking about the investments and also the technologies application, which if we have time, we can speak afterwards. But you also rose one interesting point regarding the profitability, and this is something that I would like to ask to Yannick. You also have been speaking about the economic part of the transition from one type of farming practices to another one. Do you consider the regional farming system as profitable?
Yes.
And pros and cons.
I will explain. Yes, definitely. We live in an area which is extremely degraded. People are, at this moment, stopping with farming. They're leaving their land barren. And this is not the type of land anymore that by itself will turn into a beautiful forest, right? This is the type of land that will become the desert. What we see in our farm and the lands around us is that in the 10 years that we have gone from 1 crop to 20 crops, we've also gone from 1 person hired to 20 people hired. So I think that already says basically everything. And at the same time, we've become loads more resilient. Because in these 10 years, we've had changing weather patterns. We've had loads of hailstorms. We've had a drought the last 3 years. And still, we can pay our costs. Other farms are selling. Not all, of course, but definitely some are already selling. Why are we not selling? Because we diversified. So we said, okay, we need to have at least 1 or 2 crops that do well in times of drought. We can have a few crops that do great when it rains. We have now cows that if there is a drought, the cows will eat the cereals that we cannot harvest, and then, well, you have this circularity within your farm that always something benefits when something else does not go well, right? And that, I think, also makes us economically a lot more resilient. We will always have yield from something, which means that maybe we don't have the top yield when it's a great year, but we are definitely not going bankrupt after 1 or 2 years of drought. And I would say that is a very big difference with our neighbors that have only cereals, that now have for the 3rd year 0 harvest, and they will have to think, are we selling this year? Because we cannot pay the bills. You still have your costs, you still have to seed, you still have to prepare your land, because otherwise you also do not get any subsidies anymore. So they only have costs. And I think that is where a regenerative farm also differs from a conventional farm, is that it's much more built into the wider ecosystem. And it can also count on the wider ecosystem to survive.
Okay, thanks for very interesting insight and coming back to this. Adam, I would like to ask whether there are some options or financial support to make this transition from, for example, conventional farming to regenerative one smoother.
Yeah, I mean, there are some financial products out there. So Triodos Bank in the Netherlands provides organic transition loans. So you talked about this transition period, 3 years plus, where you have you probably have lower yields, but you're not able to sell at a premium that organic would bring you, and the bank can help bridge that gap. And we see us and others also increasingly interested in acquiring farmland together with the local community and making it to be more regenerative and organic. The problem is the scale is far too small at this point in time. That's one problem. We were talking about it before. The World Economic Forum said we need 350 billion euros a year, dollars a year, sorry, invested to drive towards a sustainable food system, and we're currently at 20, right? So we're at 1/15. And there's many reasons for that. I think partly what Ivo said, the lack of defined pricing. For if you make this transition, you need to be able to sell your product at a premium. Is it me?
Sorry, everyone. You need to be able to sell the product at a premium to make a sustainable business. Also, if you're a farmer practicing regeneratively, you should be compensated for the benefits you're bringing from an environmental perspective, and you should be paid for the carbon sequestration and these other benefits which conventional farms are not. And if you can build a better business model and a clearer business model, absolutely people will invest in it, right? This is the problem. So the real root cause here is that we don't have enough fantastic examples. We need them to scale. And we also need impact investors to take that initial risk and demonstrate this can be a really good place to invest and get a positive impact. And again, like I mentioned, the energy transition before, I think we're at the start of this journey still. And there's a lot of work for people like me to do to say, hey, this is a great investment opportunity, and this is why. But we've still got some work to do.
Opinion? Oh, mine doesn't work. Thanks for your opinion, and yeah, for sure there is a gap that we have to cover, space to work, and yeah, this is why we are here. I don't know, we have 1 more minute before we can start with the questions from the audience. I would like to ask to all of you, like an open discussion, what can be the driver to push towards this implementation of regional practices? What can really, from your opinion, push the society, not only farmers, think that we can switch from buying products from conventional farms and push more towards regenerative ones?
Okay. I would say it's the nutritional value, for me at least. I think knowing that, on average, regenerative organic produce has 30% higher nutritional value than conventional produce, and then not even calculating that conventional produce often has negative effects on your health. If people would know that they would only need to eat half a cucumber instead of a whole cucumber, let's say, they would maybe act on that, right? Because if I think about my kids and I think about their health, I want to give them the best. I would want to give them food that is healthy, food that actually helps them grow, food that has high nutritional value, and if that food also helps the environment, that would be only a plus. And I think often people do not yet realize the negative effects of certain foods and the positive effects of well-produced foods. And I think when we get that more into a wider audience, I think many people choose. If I would see a supermarket and say, okay, this has 30% higher nutritional value than the same product next to it, of course I go for the higher nutritional value. But that is not yet a thing.
Yeah. I think that would have been my point, absolutely. That's why I buy regenerative. I think the other point is it is happening. So we see so many farmers in the transition. The farmers are doing it already. The question is anybody supporting them? So they have to do it. They are moving, they are trailblazing. The question is how many farms are we going to lose? The question is how difficult is the transition going to be? And I mean, we're talking about food security here, so this is not a minor topic. We are going to have food security problems unless we do this. The farmers are going to do it. The question is, are we going to leave them alone in it? So it is happening already.
I just add to those points. I think absolutely on the nutrition point, that's what I would have said as well. But then we need to try and engage with consumers. You need nice consumer brands. You need businesses like crowd farming that sell directly that can sort of cut out the whole, a lot of the value chain and say, hey, consumer, do you realize the difference between an organically grown orange and a conventionally grown orange? And I think that's really important too. We need the data, and we need to be able to speak to consumers and engage them in a really effective way. Because I do agree, if people know this and they understand it, it makes sense.
Thanks a lot for your points. I agree with all three, and there is nothing to add from my side. And I think we have a field to work towards this smooth transition. With this, I would like to wrap up. Maybe we have some questions from the audience. Yes, please. Could you pass the micro? Yeah.
I can't speak loud. Yeah. I'm curious about your soil. You said you've been farming for a while. You've diversified your crops. You described all the great things that happened. You didn't mention the soil. Very curious to see what's happened in your soil.
Yeah, so what we see in our soil, so we are in dry land, right? We are not irrigated, and we have 300 liters of rain, or 300 milliliters, you say, in a good year. We've had a 1.5% soil organic matter increase in 5 to 10 years.
Also don't know is huge. This is absolutely unheard of in this kind of context.
Yes, yes. So it is possible. It's not everywhere the same because we have 1,100 hectares, and for example, what we see now after 3 years of drought, we still have indeed a lot higher organic matter than our neighbors, but life in the soil, fungi, bacteria, is at this moment very low. But then again, for the past 3 years, there hasn't been rain. So, you know, that is also to take into account. We also see, and that is maybe something for more the experts in this room, is that even though we still till, because we do minimum tillage, we still increase soil organic matter. So I know that in regenerative, this is always a bit of for discussion, let's say. But in our context, with minimum tillage and getting that little bit of organic matter that grows above soil, getting that into the soil is really helpful. This was, of course, is very context dependent, but for us that works like that. So yes, definitely soil health increases. It's not as fast as in irrigated land because we also have 1 hectare of irrigated land where we are at 4.5%. Yeah, it's just water does so much, right? Yeah.
And we're talking about an absolute desert there, so that's incredible.
We're quite extreme in that sense.
Thanks a lot. We had one more. Okay.
I have the microphone. Hi, Yannick. I have a question. What do your neighbors think about you, and what would be the ideal neighbors for you?
So, in the beginning, they thought we were like crazy hippies. And we would do an open day and maybe 4 people would show up, right? Now we have 100 people showing up at open days. We are very close to the local government of the areas around us, and we are seen as one of the pioneers that are going to help to repopulate our area, which is very depopulated, and people really listen to us. So in the 10 years that many people got bankrupt or left our area, we actually grew. So yes, in the beginning, people thought, well, they're crazy people. Now they come to us to actually ask what we're doing and why we're doing it. So I think also these things need time, and they need examples, because people are not going to change if there's not a successful example. So I think we really need to work on having as many successful examples that people can learn from, that people can visit, that people can talk to, have exchange of ideas, and that really helps, because then people say, but it actually does work in my area. Because if you go 200 kilometers up, it's a totally different context. And people say, yeah, but that works 200 kilometers up, but that's not my soil, that's not my rain patterns, and I don't have anything to do with those people, so yeah. And I think that takes time, but you can get there.
Thanks. Last question, because we are running out of time. Thanks.
I'll make it quick. I'm Dennis. I'm the founder of Better Fish, turning seaweed into ingredients for the food industry, like plant-based tuna. You can try at the booth there. Love the discussion about a sustainable food system on land, but maybe a question for Adam. How do you see the role of the oceans actually to contribute to more regenerative and resilient food systems?
Yeah, thanks. I think I might not have a microphone. Do you hear me? Yeah,
yeah.
Good. What a wonderful question. We just closed an investment in a seaweed farm last week, right? So, and this is the first time we've done that. Yeah, I think it can be incredibly interesting because actually you're using, particularly for seaweed, you're using a space that wasn't previously farmed, right? You're using an economically inactive area and creating economic activity within it and production, and that's good on a number of scales. Also incredibly sustainable. Right? It sequesters carbon, it's a good additive, all these things. So, yeah, I mean, I think it's a huge potential. I think in Europe, we have a long way to go still to have this as a core part of our diet. But again, you know, like I said before, there's no one thing that fixes this. But I think actually increased use of seaweed and better use of our oceans can really play a role in building an overall more sustainable food system. So it's very important. It's still early days in Europe, but I think it's super exciting. Yeah.
Thanks a lot. With that, I would like to wrap up. Thanks a lot for our speakers, to your audience, and I think together we can do a big effort and job towards this smooth transition. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oksana. That was a wonderful panel. It's also one of my favorite topics. Working with technical teams and scientific teams and farmers has been something that has really, really improved my work, because I've been learning from people that take care of the environment and that understand the environment, and that's a very interesting space to be. Next up is the startup pitches by CaixaBank DayOne, Premios Emprende 21, and I want to welcome Vanessa Palmer, Business Development and Ecosystem Manager at CaixaBank DayOne. She will be leading this roundtable. Welcome, Vanessa. Yes?
For the welcome. Can you hear it well? Yeah? So, well, thanks for joining this session. Well, my name is, as they say, is Vanessa Palmer. I'm leading the initiative of Entrepreneur 21 Awards, or the Premio Emprende 21, which is an initiative that CaixaBank, together with Enisa, launched since already 18 years. We're going to have today a couple of startups. We will be able to listen to their solutions and also to have a chat with them. Well, I'm going to call to the stage, first of all, Álvaro Kramer from Idonia Health. He's going to have 2 minutes to do the pitch, and then afterwards we will call the next startup. So welcome, a big applause for him. Here. 2 minutes.
We're good? Thanks, Vanessa. What a wonderful show you're putting together. Thanks for having us. All right, Idonia, I see a wide range of ages here in the audience, so I'd like to start asking, who still listens to music in CDs or cassettes? Or have you all gone to digital platforms, Spotify or Apple Music? Well, healthcare is still here. We're still delivering medical images with CDs. And there's a recent study by the European Union that tells us that medical images are still the least accessible data in healthcare. And this creates a gap in between how medical images are generated and how patients access their medical results. And this is basically what we want to solve at Idonia. We want to create a bridge of communication between medical images, patients, and healthcare providers. We want to empower patients to have control over their medical records. And we must be doing something right, since we've already processed 600 million medical images, and we're delivering 7,000 daily results to patients. By doing that, we're literally saving a ton of CO2 emissions. Some of our clients and trusted partners include public and private institutions, both nationally and internationally. And this has allowed us to bootstrap our growth in the past years and look to a very foreseeable positive future, since we're not only tackling a local problem, but a global need. As AI algorithms and data analytics become more accessible in healthcare, an interoperability platform like Idonia's will be the ideal go-to software to solve these issues. So, anybody still want to access their medical records by a CD, or would you want to go digital? Thank you.
Public funding, or I do my, I don't know, just talking to an investor.
Yeah. Under 2 minutes, thank you.
You can sit just over here, and
All
then
right. I'll let room for Thiago.
So now, the next startup there, it's Verdantia, and his name is Thiago Labarteria. He's the CEO. So also, welcome for him, and he's going to also have these 2 minutes for the pitch.
Okay, thank you, Vanessa. Yeah, my name is Thiago Lagarteira. I am the CEO of Verdantia. I come from Porto, in the north of Portugal. We all know that we urgently need to decarbonize our planet. However, aviation is one of the hardest to decarbonize energy sectors because it is highly regulated, and the production of sustainable aviation fuels is still highly inefficient and expensive. So at Verdantia, we develop modular and plug-and-play systems that use methane and CO2, the main components found in biogas, to produce green jet fuel with at least 3 times lower production cost than our competition. This allows us to avoid the construction and adaptation of the existing distribution infrastructures. Despite our beachhead market is green jet fuel, our technology is also specially suited to decarbonize maritime fuels, like to produce green methanol, or later to produce net zero or carbon negative polymers or carbon fiber. So currently in our team we are 5 people, 2 founders, myself and Francisco. We have a strong background in engineering and innovation founding, and we also have an advisory board with top researchers from academia, and we are currently negotiating the income of a profile with large experience in industrial processes. So up to now, very recently, we filed our first patent, and we construct this cabinet to prove our concept and squeeze the scientific risks of our technology. Later on, we are aiming at constructing our complete and plug-and-play pilot system to then come up to certification and the construction of a pre-commercial demo system, and to come up with the full industrialization of the technology within the next 4 years. So we have been doing our customer discovery, but also the whole supply chain, and we have talked with many companies, but specifically, we have intensive conversations with Capwatt to produce maritime and aviation fuels from their biogas plants, or also with Repsol to use unconverted hydrocarbons and valorize them in their petrochemical plants. So in terms of investment, we have now a round open for investment in the range of 1.3 to 1.5 million euros in exchange for 10% equity of our company. Thank you very much, and yeah, happy to discuss with you further on. Thank you.
I think you had some support slides. Okay, so well, we already know 2 of these startups. We're going to welcome also on the stage our third startup. He's César Romero from Naria. Just come and sit here with us. Bueno, 3 startups, ¿no? Todas ellas que han ganado en alguna edición de los premios Emprende 21. So César, well, you didn't have the opportunity, no, to also present the project. ¿Nos puedes explicar un poco en qué consiste Naria?
Naria es una empresa de propósito social. Desarrollamos proyectos siempre enfocados en ayudar a las personas más desfavorecidas y el entorno el ambiente. Hemos construido una plataforma que permite que todos los proyectos se incluyan dentro de la misma, ahorrando con ello tiempos y costes importantes para desarrollar cualquier tipo de proyecto que venga de parte de empresa pública, privada o entidades sociales, siempre y cuando tenga su connotación social o ambiental. Básicamente eso es NARI, una empresa con propósito social y ambiental.
And they were also winners of our competition like 3 years ago. I think no, they also like changed the name. So maybe also to put a bit into context, maybe you can explain also how was your project when you were the winners of this initiative and how it has changed, no? Because for instance, that's the first time that I'm listening to Tiago doing the pitch of this, of how they pivoted, no? They started. I think that's something interesting also to hear. So maybe Tiago, you can start how the project has evolved since you were the winners.
Sí, nosotros cuando ganamos los premios de Emprende 21 no era con esta venture, era con una compañía que aún existe, Pixel Voltaic. Y desde ahí fue un aprendizaje brutal. Yo acuerdo el workshop en Múnich, que fue una experiencia inolvidable y que me llevó para la vida. Y la transición de Pixel Voltaic no es tan solo una cuestión de Pixel Voltaic para Verdantia, no es tan solo una cuestión de branding, pero también de tecnología. Yo tengo un doctorado en hidrógeno verde, pilas combustible y reactores catalíticos. Y he aprendido no tan solo en términos de business, pero también de tecnología. Y de todos esos aprendizajes salió Verdantia, porque es una tecnología más lista para el mercado y también con menos riesgo científico y de ingeniería.
Thank you, Tiago. Álvaro?
Sí.
So, one thing, is any in the room that doesn't speak Spanish? Everyone understands Spanish? Yeah? Okay, so because I think that some of the speakers will be more comfortable if we switch to Spanish, so if you agree, we're going to change. Vale, pues entonces, nada, Álvaro, si nos puedes explicar también, ¿no? Cómo inició, o sea, cómo era vuestro proyecto, ¿no? Cuando ganaste los premios y cómo ha evolucionado. De hecho, coincidiste, bueno, porque vino Miguel, ¿no? Sí. Vino Miguel a Múnich y coincidió con Tiago.
Sí, nosotros ganamos los premios Emprende 21 en el 21 y nuestro foco principal en ese momento era la eliminación de los CDs. El cómo se entregaban los resultados médicos de imagen a los pacientes. Y desde entonces, con esa base y ese aprendizaje de compartición, hemos ido desarrollando productos nuevos y herramientas de compartición de imagen, no solo del centro hacia el paciente, sino de un centro con otros centros, derivaciones de instituciones públicas a privadas, y también del paciente de vuelta al centro, para segundas opiniones, para otro tipo de consultas, ¿no? No solo en ese sentido, sino según van desarrollándose pues, tecnologías, inteligencia artificial, algoritmos de ayuda al diagnóstico, pues vamos integrando y facilitando unas funciones de orquestadores de todos los procesos alrededor de la interoperabilidad de la imagen médica.
Un poco continuando también contigo, ¿no? Bueno, estamos hablando, ¿no? Aquí estamos en un foro de sostenibilidad, ¿no? Al final es un tema que cada vez está, pues, es más importante, pero ¿nos podrías dar así algún ejemplo, ¿no? De cómo vosotros lo aplicáis, algún caso de éxito en que a través de las herramientas, ¿no? que utilizáis se favorezca la sostenibilidad y el impacto?
Sí, claro. Por mencionar un par de proyectos donde nuestra solución aporta soluciones que, valga la redundancia, ¿no? Que fomentan la sostenibilidad, especialmente en el movimiento, en el desplazamiento de pacientes. Nosotros desarrollamos todo lo que se llama en Cataluña la red Teleictus. Y es una red, una plataforma que une 28 hospitales comarcales con los hospitales de referencia, donde un paciente cuando acude a un centro donde no hay un neurólogo de referencia, un radiólogo de referencia, se puede hacer una exploración, pero está siendo atendido por un neurólogo que está en otro centro. Por tanto, eso nos permite facilitar la inmediatez de la toma de decisiones de los pacientes, evitar traslados de pacientes innecesarios, toda esa ambulancia que va y vuelve cuando un paciente no tiene que ser tratado en un centro más desarrollado y facilita pues, esa atención primaria, ¿no? Y por otro lado, toda la parte de consumo de energía, cuando tenemos que repetir una prueba de imagen, ya no solo la parte, digamos, la parte enérgica, ¿no? de energía, de consumo de energía, sino también en la radiación a un paciente, ¿no? Todo ese TAC que se puede tener que volver a repetir, pues como todos esos pequeños pasos, toda esa optimización alrededor de la imagen facilitan pues, que tenga que transportarse menos, que un paciente no tenga que volver a un centro médico para pedir sus imágenes de vuelta, para repetírselas, o siquiera que el paciente se tenga que desplazar, no solo en un sentido más emisiones, sino en tiempo y en mejorar la atención del paciente.
César, un poco también, ¿no? en esta línea, ¿no? Vosotros inicialmente, ¿no? Con Food Ration for All, ¿no? Trabajáis mucho con temas también de bancos de alimentos y tal. Cuéntame también, no sé, algún caso en que vosotros lo hayáis aplicado.
Cuando arrancamos, por ejemplo, teníamos un solo proyecto que fue con el que participamos y la empresa se ha transformado completamente. Ahora lo que hicimos fue la plataforma donde ingresan varios proyectos. ¿Qué es interesante acá? Que nosotros no desarrollamos ningún proyecto que no tenga impacto social o ambiental y todo lo medimos. Tenemos en la plataforma que está trazada con tecnología blockchain, permite generar bases de datos y esas bases de datos después pasan a convertirse en dashboards interactivos. Dashboards interactivos que tienen métricas que son factos, que son hechos, transacciones que se realizan, pero asimismo hay estudios que generan y promueven el impacto. Sabemos la proyección de 1 kilo de alimentos, cuánto puede impactar en una familia, multiplicado por miles de millones. A día de hoy llevamos aproximadamente 6.2 millones de kilos de alimentos gestionados en la plataforma, que no nos imaginábamos nunca que íbamos a llegar a un nivel tan alto, pero claro, es la suma de todas las soluciones, porque claro, con la que teníamos un impacto bastante importante, pero se nos quedaba muy corto. Entonces, en el transcurso del tiempo empezamos a desarrollar otros proyectos, todos enfocados en lo mismo, al final la seguridad alimentaria de las personas y evitar el CO2 en el ambiente.
O sea, que al final un poco lo que intentáis es ver ese 360, ¿no? También
Claro.
del impacto, cómo impacta tanto en el consumidor, ¿no? y el usuario, pero también las organizaciones que al final son las que os van apoyando
Claro,
con
las
esos
ONG
proyectos.
son las que realmente, como nadie no tiene la capacidad de entrar directamente a las personas en riesgo de exclusión, trabajamos directamente empresa privada, empresa pública, sociedad, mediante las ONG, para que repartan alimento, para que repartan tarjetas monedero y tratar de salvar la seguridad alimentaria de las personas.
Tiago, estábamos aquí hablando un poco de medir, ¿no? También entonces, bueno, cómo vosotros, ¿no? En el ámbito vuestro, ¿no? de los combustibles sintéticos, ¿cómo medís, ¿no? estas métricas? Sí. Pues saber un poco de qué apoyáis y cómo os comparáis con la competencia.
Sí, en la verdad, nuestro proyecto dedicado a la sostenibilidad es Verdantia. Después nosotros nos podemos desmultiplicar en varios otros proyectos, si estamos hablando de Green Jet Fuel o de combustibles marítimos o otros productos que típicamente son de origen fósil, pero el tema aquí es que nosotros nos estamos moviendo para una economía de energía descentralizada. Y en todo este caso, nuestros sistemas en un contenedor marítimo son muy modulares y también fáciles de integrar, no tan solo en plantas industriales existentes, pero también cerca de los sitios a donde se produce el biogás. El biogás viene de la biomasa, o sea, nosotros acercámonos de los productores en sitios rurales de Portugal y de España y quizás de otros sitios de Europa, y la idea aquí es de promover no tan solo una sostenibilidad ambiental, pero también económica y social, a crear empleos, a pagar impuestos en Europa, que no es lo más atractivo, pero ese es uno de los pilares de Verdantia.
Bien. Bueno, el tema de la sostenibilidad, ¿no? Yo creo que se está viendo, ¿no? Como cada vez, ¿no? Hay más foco en todos estos temas. Creo que al final antes había empresas que trabajan el impacto y ahora ya es un tema que es transversal, ¿no? De hecho, o sea, nosotros, por ejemplo, mismo en CaixaBank, ¿no? La sostenibilidad es un tema con el que estamos súper comprometidos, ¿no? y que estamos impulsando pues, desde todas las áreas, ¿no? Pero claro, ¿no? Cuando emprendes antes se vinculaba, ¿no? Pues o eres social, ¿no? O haces impacto, o eres rentable y puedes levantar inversión, ¿no? Pero hoy vemos, ¿no? Que aquí hay empresas, ¿no? Que estáis buscando inversión para vuestros proyectos, que son proyectos sostenibles, pero que también son rentables, ¿no? Entonces, ¿cómo trabajáis con este binomio rentabilidad-sostenibilidad para ser atractivo para socios inversores? César. ¿No?
A ver, nosotros lo que hacemos primero es buscar el problema. Una vez que tenemos un problema definido, que sea siempre de impacto social y ambiental, estudiamos si el principal es el social, buscamos la parte ambiental también. Una vez que tenemos esos dos conceptos, tenemos el problema, tenemos una solución, ahora sí viene lo complicado, que sea sostenible para que sea el medio y largo plazo sea sostenible, porque lo que no caemos es en el tema de hacer una acción particular, dar un parche y dejarlo ahí. No, buscamos siempre que ese estudio que hemos hecho, tanto socioambiental, se convierta después en un estudio financiero de cómo puede esto sostenerse en el tiempo. ¿Qué pasa? Nos amparamos en leyes muy potentes en cuanto al desperdicio alimentario, leyes que están por aprobarse, que aún no han salido, pero ya las tenemos controladas de saber que irán por ahí. El cambio en la mentalidad de las empresas también, que ya no solamente es voy a vender un producto, sino quieren vender un producto, y en el caso de que no lo puedan modificar, saber que si es alimento no se puede tirar a la basura, que no puede permitirse los índices de desperdicio alimentario y los índices de escasez alimentaria son muy parecidos y no convergen al final. Entonces buscamos eso, que esa primera fase cumpla con la segunda. Entonces, si no es rentable, al final podría caer en una buena acción y es lo que tratamos de que no sucede. Por eso nuestros inversores y los socios saben que el propósito es social, medioambiental, pero siempre y cuando existe una rentabilidad que dure en el tiempo.
Que sea un PEN que valga la pena, ¿no?
Correcto.
Tiago, en vuestro caso.
En nuestro caso, el dinero manda. Nosotros tenemos la noción que somos un pez muy pequeñito en un mar lleno de tiburones. Y aquí la idea pasa por hacer parcerías con corporaciones grandes, como Repsol, como Galp en Portugal. ¿Y cómo les vas a decir, venga, vamos a descarbonizar la energía juntos? Y la pregunta siguiente es, ¿y ganancias?
¿Cuánto cuesta, no?
¿Y ganancias hay? O sea que aquí nuestro pilar es desarrollar tecnología que sea no tan solo sostenible desde el punto ambiental, pero también que al consumidor final no tenga que pagar más por su energía. Y esto también se necesita un involucramiento de los gobiernos y del ciudadano que pone presión en los gobiernos, porque la transición energética es urgente y va a ser más cara. No hay dudas de eso.
Álvaro.
Nuestro producto esencial, la herramienta, el Magic Link que llamamos, la sustitución del CD, es de por sí una herramienta que viene a sustituir un problema de generación de plástico, de tiempo, de una serie de elementos que impactan en el medio ambiente. Y una vez solucionado eso, bueno, y ya con eso somos rentables, ¿no? de por sí. Pero claro, sabemos que eso es un problema a solucionar y una vez esté solventado, ya estamos desarrollando y ya tenemos en marcha varias herramientas en uso que llevarán al siguiente paso, ¿no? Dentro de la interoperabilidad de imagen médica. Es decir, sustituido el CD, ¿cómo seguimos siendo rentables? Y en eso, pues bueno, es hacia donde vamos.
Bien. Bueno, como os decía al inicio, ¿no? Son 3 ejemplos de empresas, ¿no? Que los 3 han ganado los Premios Emprende 21, una iniciativa que hacemos junto con Enisa, que este año cumplimos 18 años. De hecho, arrancaremos con la nueva edición también aquí en Valencia, el día 23 de octubre, y estamos preparando todo lo que es el lanzamiento para que estas empresas jóvenes se puedan apuntar. Sí que todavía no podemos hacer la presentación de lo que es el vídeo del día 23, pero sí que tenemos un teaser y sí que para finalizar me gustaría compartir con vosotros este vídeo, así que dentro vídeo. Bueno, no, tenía una musiquita que siempre se hace así como más ameno eso, pero bueno, básicamente el mensaje, todas aquellas empresas que tengáis interés en presentaros a los premios, de hecho, dentro de la web, y ahora ya podéis dejar vuestros datos, ¿no? Para hacer esa primera fase del formulario, que luego os avisaremos cuando se abra. 23 de octubre hacemos el lanzamiento aquí. Quería agradecer de nuevo pues, tanto a César como a Tiago como a Álvaro por estar hoy aquí, por hacer su presentación. Ellos van a estar aquí durante el día, así que inversores en la sala, que tengáis interesados en conocer más sobre sus proyectos, van a estar por aquí. Así que nada, muchas gracias a vosotros por estar y a ellos por participar. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, Vanessa, Tiago, Álvaro, César, por el gran panel. Ahora vamos a cambiar a inglés de nuevo. Así que, so for the next panel, panel number 3, we're introducing the role of finance to build a climate-resilient future economy. This panel addresses the urgent challenge of climate change, which poses a significant threat to livelihoods, potential leading to mass migration and heightened social and economic tensions. Bringing together a diverse group of stakeholders, we can critically examine the pressing climate issues within our economic system and the consequences of continuing with business as usual. This discussion will deepen into harnessing finance to benefit both the climate and communities, identifying actionable strategies, financial and philanthropic institutions, and fostering long-term climate resilience. So let me welcome to the stage to our moderator, Jimena Dure, Head of Business Development, Business Relations and Partnerships from Social Nest Foundation. Jimena is an entrepreneur, spearheading tech startups and leading diverse teams of 50+ people and driving sustainability and innovation through public-private partnerships and product development. Welcome, Jimena, and thank you for moderating this, this panel.
Thank you so
Next
much,
on
Maria.
stage, we have Elena Torresani, Head of Communications and Partnerships from Elea Foundation. Welcome, Elena. Thank you for being here. Elea Foundation exists to fight absolute poverty with entrepreneurial means and leveraging the opportunities of globalization. Dynamic philanthropy and partnership leader with over 15 years of international experience, driving social impact through strategic fundraising and communication across diverse sectors. Thank you, Elena, for being here. Now, I would like to introduce Ricard Martinez Manguer, if I'm saying it correctly, hopefully, from Nactiva. Nactiva designs, accelerates, and secures funding, public-private philanthropic, to promote the implementation of natural capital activation initiatives and projects in the Mediterranean region, connecting key stakeholders to foster development of impact-driven business projects with scale and value generation. Okay, so the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Maria.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Ati.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Jimena Lure. As Maria introduced me, I'm Head of Business Development at Social Nest Foundation, which is the organization leading the whole event. So welcome also to the Gap in Between, and thank you so much for being here. With me, I have Elena Torresani from Elea and Ricard Martinez from Nactiva. And today we'll be holding a very interesting conversation, and personally I believe one of the most critical in terms of how we build and how do we use finance to build a climate resilient future, but keeping the social aspects in mind as well. So I'm going to give the microphone to Elena to just give a quick introduction on your background in Elea.
Yes, hello. Welcome from my end, and thank you for the invite to Social Nest Foundation. Elea is a Zurich-based philanthropic impact investor. We focus on alleviating absolute poverty, or in other words, we address the needs of people living with less than $3 a day. How do we do that? We invest in early stage impact ventures in the Global South. We have 4 focus teams. It's agriculture, last mile retail and service, employable skills, and climate and livelihoods. And that's what I'm going to talk about mostly here. So we have currently 29 ventures in our portfolio in 30 countries worldwide. And while all our ventures pursue a path to profitability, we ourselves, we are a philanthropic foundation under the Swiss law. So we do not make profits through our investment, but if we make a profit, we fully reinvest it in other impact ventures. So we recycle the capital. We currently pursue a path to a very ambitious Vision 2030, where we want to impact 100 million people, so that's 5% of the currently 2 billion people that live in absolute poverty.
Thank you so much, Elena, for the introduction. I'll start out with you, just to keep the conversation flowing. Could you tell us a little bit more about how you approach poverty alleviation and how you interconnect it with climate change issues that these populations are facing currently?
Yeah. So I briefly explained our investment themes, and the latest one that we added to the portfolio is the climate and livelihood. We introduced it 1.5 years ago because if left unchecked, climate change will push another 130 million people into poverty over the next years and cause an additional 200 million people to migrate. The most affected people from climate change are the people living in poverty, because most of them are smallholder farmers, so they are extremely affected by adverse weather conditions, by drought, flooding. This makes the yield very unpredictable. This rises the food prices and leads again to more poverty. But also people living in poverty have less reliable infrastructure, like power issues, unreliable water supply and energy. So all in all, that makes them extremely vulnerable. And this is why poverty alleviation and mitigating climate change for us are really deeply interconnected and linked.
Perfect.
So at ELEA, we want to foster synergies between these two agendas, poverty alleviation and climate change, rather than competing for funding, as it has also been seen. And combating climate change through our lens of poverty alleviation, that means catalyzing models that offer a way out of poverty, but without increasing the footprints. So balancing actually higher living standards without having a higher footprint.
Perfect.
Yeah, so we see our role in supporting impact ventures that actually uplift people in absolute poverty through climate mitigation and resilience solutions.
Thank you so much, Elena. It's really interesting, and now I'm going to give the word to Ricard, who comes from Nactiva, which is a completely different sort of organization. ELEA Foundation is a philanthropic foundation. Nactiva is an enterprise that works connecting different sorts of actors and achieving and securing that investment. So, Ricard, could you tell us a little bit more about the work you do?
Yeah, of course. First of all, thank you, Social Nest, for the invitation. I believe this kind of events are key for putting together and strengthening the ecosystem, impact ecosystem, and I believe connections are one of the most important aspects of it. So, yeah, congratulations for the event. And regarding Nactiva, we are a collective platform that we have the objective of protecting and restoring natural capital in the Mediterranean. We were founded by Palladium Group, that is a global impact company that does this kind of projects all over the world, and also Roman, which is a communication and reputation agency. And so far, 18 partners and different kind of companies have trusted us to find projects, design them, structure them, and accelerate them in order, and also connecting different kind of fundings for this kind of projects to have a needed scale and the necessary impact on nature. So we work in 4 different areas. We work in forests, coastlines, blue water, and also land. And we have our headquarters in Barcelona. So we have started doing projects around Catalonia, but our goal is the whole Mediterranean region. And so the most logical next step is going to Valencia. So we will see how we can start doing projects also here. Yeah.
Amazing, thank you so much. Ricard, could you explain a little bit of what sorts of innovative finance approaches you have developed from Nactiva and how that has an effect on climate resilience?
Yeah, so I think basically the main innovative thing that has been happening in financial innovation is been putting value, a tangible value into nature and the ecosystem services that provides that are essential for human life. Ecosystem services can be like carbon sequestration, water filtration or regulation, also recreational and well-being for humans, raw materials. We believe that by putting a value into these different systems and services and also monetizing them, we can build instruments that incentivize finance for these kind of nature projects. And as an example, we are doing what the public government of Catalonia has developed that are called the climate credits, that their main goal is to make forest management sustainable, because in Catalonia we have, contrary to unlikely other parts of the world, we have too much forest. It's over 65% of the land cover. I think it's similar here in Valencia, it's around 55%. So, and that's among other causes because of the population of rural areas, and that the forest management is not profitable by the traditional values that we have obtained from it. So climate credits come into play by valuing the different ecosystem services that forest provides us, and they put together in a credit carbon sequestration, increase in biodiversity, water harvesting, and also reduce fire risk. So one credit is equal to 1 hectare sustainably managed, and by this we are starting to make forest management more economically viable and canalizing more funds into this kind of nature projects. We believe that is not the solution, but an instrument to incentivize it, and this can pave the way to way different kinds of activities related with nature, like regenerative credits in terms of agriculture, or biodiversity credits, marine, or in different landscapes, ecosystems, so yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing, Ricard. I think I want to highlight a word and concept you use, which is incentivize. When we're speaking about finance, we can't necessarily just split the incentives of generating some sort of, not necessarily economic profit, but some sort of value to shareholders, to the partners and collaborators that are joining into these projects. And it's very interesting to highlight and to see that the diversity of the sorts of incentives. On the one hand, Alea is incentivizing through sustainable enterprises, in the sense of you invest in enterprises that have business models that are sound, and on the other hand, they're also generating impact and directly aiming towards alleviating poverty in those communities. Elena, could you explain a little bit more about how Alea's work is strategizing to generate these incentives for high net worth individuals and other funders of the foundation to be able to achieve these projects? Like, what are the incentives? What are their motivations to join Alea Foundation in supplying financing and capital and support for these enterprises?
Yeah, so as I shared, we're a philanthropic tax-exempt foundation under the Swiss law. We have been founded by a family with an initial grant, but over the course of the years, we have gained a circle of philanthropic investors comprised of high net worth individuals, other foundations, family offices, but also companies that invest philanthropically through ELEA. So these people have really decided that they want to give a part of their capital philanthropically, so they will not get it back if we make a profitable exit. They can have a say in where to allocate their capital next, but they will not get it back. So it's really their intrinsic motivation of doing good with their capital. And I guess what the motivation is really to have a positive impact towards these causes, towards positive poverty alleviation, but also climate. And how we incentivize them is, I think that what we are very good at is showing the impact of our work. So we have our own impact measurement methodology that we use from day one when we start screening for investments throughout the entire process. So we apply it already in the due diligence to see what would be the potential impact we can create, but also throughout the investment process, we track the impact and how many people we impact on through the ventures, and also when we exit. And this data we used to report once a year towards our investors, similar to what you would get if you have a fund invested with a bank, where you once a year get a statement and you see how your fund has performed. We share with our investors a report that shows how their money has created impact towards poverty alleviation. And this reporting is an excellent tool for a really in-depth conversation with our investors. And so I guess this is really also how we build the connection with them and their trust that their money is really creating an impact.
Could you give a specific example of one of the entrepreneurs or startups or enterprises that you're supporting at the moment?
Yes, very happy to do so. So I think the problem from cooking on open fire is quite commonly known. Around 3 billion people still cook on open fire. This has a massive health impact because of all the smoke that the people breathe in when cooking, but of course also the logging is a huge problem. So in 2021 we have invested in a company that is called ATEC. They started the business in Bangladesh and Cambodia, and what ATEC does is they provide clean cooking solution. That per se is nothing new, and I think has been seen in many better and not so good projects in development cooperation. But what makes ATEC's solution really, really interesting is that they have integrated the so-called Internet of Things, which through something like a small SIM card makes the use of the cook stove traceable. And so what ATEC does is through partnerships with, for example, NG Climate Fund or My Climate, they can sell the carbon credits from the cooking. And through the sale of these carbon credits, they subsidize the cook stove. So the people get access to clean and affordable cooking solutions. They can do a pay-per-use model, so they can pay through small payments, and they get the money from the carbon credits directly back on their mobile phone. So it makes the clean cooking affordable really for the base of the pyramid, and also it has an impact on their health because they no longer cook with these dangerous open fires. Another example that I briefly want to share to make it, I think, even more tangible, what kind of solutions we look for would be a agriculture venture in India. Typically, smallholder farmers in India would use diesel technology for irrigation, so it's dirty, it's expensive, and in 2023 we invested in a company called Urja, and what they do is that they provide solar-powered irrigation services for smallholder farmers. So they have, like, for groups or communities of smallholder farmers, they have these solar-powered irrigation services, and that gives these farmers access to clean and reliable and affordable irrigation services. So they can water their fields on a more regular basis. That leads to higher crops and yields, and this increases their income, and the fact in the end has an impact towards lifting more people out of poverty.
Thanks, Elena. Ricard, back to you. So Nactiva plays a central role in articulating different players within the ecosystem to achieve these projects, these regenerative projects along the Mediterranean. Could you explain what the role is, both in terms of finance, but also in terms of making these projects a reality? How do public and private actors, how do you achieve that collaboration, that level of collaboration needed to make this happen?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, by nature of the projects, we work with a lot of different stakeholders. It can be from public administration, landowners, private companies, philanthropic funds, investing companies, and we believe that from the public side, the role that they play usually in this kind of projects is to provide an enabling system, environment, in terms of like regulation, policies, incentives, and usually making it more attractive for private investors to come into this kind of projects, and also playing a role in de-risking early stage projects and the earlier stage of this kind of projects. And from the private side, we believe that the role is to provide capital to add a scale to these projects, also innovation and market access. We believe that private companies, there's like a transition of considering only participating in this kind of projects because of regulation or because of reporting, but like starting to see more economic and business opportunities to this kind of projects, and that's with the kind of companies that we like to work more. And to give a specific example of this collaboration of public and private, we have been working with the Technological Center for Forestry in Catalonia, that has created a forestry hub. This comes in the context of the forest products don't have a high value in the different supply chains. As an example, we have a lot of wood, but we import more than 80% of the wood that we use for furniture or like bioconstruction. So this hub has the main goal of starting valorizing the local forest products that we have by building a pre-industrial infrastructure that can be as a lab for companies to go and try different innovations that they depend on in the different value chains related with forests. These value chains can be from bioconstruction to green chemistry, to all the way to food or aromatics, and this is a space where like a public entity has created like a hub for companies to kind of put together all the research that has been done into and transferring to market solutions. So I believe that's a nice combination of, from one side, private sector benefiting of this investment that the public does so they can do trials and prototyping and certifications, and also the public to scaling up this, all this knowledge generated into market-driven solutions. Yeah.
It's really interesting how both organizations apply market-driven solutions in different ways, in innovative ways. On the one hand, Elea is investing in these market-driven solutions. There are actual businesses that are contributing not only to the communities, but they're also generating profit for the owners of those enterprises. And Nactiva is generating solutions that somehow benefit the shareholders in the end by doing good. And this is one of the main ideas that we're trying to share at the Gap in Between, that you can do good by doing business, not necessarily profit. You can do good by doing business, like Elea, investing in businesses, because this also has the added factor that by investing in businesses, which is one of the main differences with charity, perhaps, is that you're investing in a sustainable model, a model that is regenerative. You're investing in investors, you're supporting the social cohesion and the social development of skills, and you're actually contributing to long-term, let's say, economic or prosperity and growth. So one final question for both of you, to try to end on a positive note, because I know that we're always hearing about how the climate crisis is one of the most pressing issues that, not one of the most, the most pressing issue that we're facing as humanity. This is redundant, but I would love to know from your organizations and from the work that you're doing, what are the spheres of hope that you're seeing? What are the trends? How do we see this moving forward in terms of using capital for good and achieving the social and environmental impact that we're trying to achieve?
I go first.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, so I think one thing that gives me hope is that I see a lot of interest from investors to invest in climate solutions. At least that's what we see. At the moment, we don't have enough climate solutions in our portfolio to really cater to the need of investments. I think we could even do more. That's one thing that gives me hope. There is really people that want to invest money in these type of solutions. Secondly, it gives me hope that there is a lot of innovation happening. The two cases that I have shared, like ATEC and Orcha, where we have a smart combination of tackling the different challenges that we have and actually monetizing it in the case of ATEC so that there is a win for both of it. I think these are the types of solutions that we have to work for, because then there is something in it for everyone, and that's how, when things move forward. So it's these type of solutions that actually give me hope. Yeah.
Thanks, Elena.
I would think that what gives us hope is seeing like traditionally not considered the most contributors, positive contributors to like biodiversity or natural that have not so great natural impacts, seeing how they are transitioning into more like a nature positive approach. And an example that we have seen and that we are working in is the project that we're doing that's called Russian Ports, that we basically want to change the traditional view of ports being not the greatest contributors to biodiversity into making them like implement projects that can be actually hubs of biodiversity generation. So we have been working with a startup that could be here, like it's called Ocean Ecostructures, with the Port of Barcelona. And the goal of this project is to implement a model of nature restoration inside the commercial or recreational ports that can be extended and scalable in different ports of all the Mediterranean. And yeah, so far we have tested a solution that's called life boosting units that we implement them in unproductive areas of a port. And the idea is like this kind of technological solution, implement different kind of technological solutions and make course, like this hub of also nature restoration, yeah.
Perfect. So creating incentives, driving the personal and emotional motivations that corporations or high net individuals or investors or family offices may have, trying to work with what moves people. And many times, like you mentioned, Elena, if you're not investing in so many climate projects just yet, perhaps it's because certain climate projects are constantly focusing on the climate portion of the enterprises. And they're not connecting back to what moves us, which is humanity. It's the social side of these projects. And then thinking about scalability, thinking about how can we apply business models and let's say redirect it to more productive, and this I'm saying productive consciously, not productive in a mere economic sense, but productive in a holistic sense. So thank you very much to both of you. We have a couple of minutes for any questions from the public, in case there are any. I think we have a microphone, right, for the public? Perfect. Just 1 minute. Thanks for your patience. I don't know if any last remarks.
Maybe she can just speak
Yeah.
without.
Yeah. Okay, there we have the microphone. Perfect. You could raise your hand. Yeah.
Hi, thanks very much. I just wanted to build actually off of Jimena's last point there.
Can you make it louder?
Can you hear that now? Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. So I'm curious from both of your perspectives, because in both of your different roles, you're dealing with a portfolio of projects tackling this very complex issue of both social and environmental impact. And in the name of the role of finance, do you see there being a really clear link between the finance addressing what you can see are the greatest needs, or sometimes the finance addressing what are the easiest needs, either for the requirements of the funding or the grants, or the easiest storytelling, for example? So I'm quite interested between that relationship.
Amazing. I don't know who wants to start.
You want to go?
I can start. So I think one thing I want to add there is that as Elea, we invest in stable markets where I think the basis for economic solutions is given. So first of all, I think that's important to know. So we do not invest in crisis market, in a disaster environment, because there we simply feel the basis for economic entrepreneurial solutions is not there. So I think one way to look at your question is, or I'm not sure if I understand it right, but the biggest needs sometimes are, I think, where our model of philanthropic impact investing maybe is not the right one, because it would more be a disaster relief or really a pure philanthropy solution needed, whereas we see our sweet spot is supporting there where entrepreneurial solutions can be found to tackle poverty.
Yeah, from our perspective, we approach this kind of issue in terms of an integrated, in our case, landscape approach, where we try to listen and understand the different needs of different stakeholders, from landowners to public administration to private companies. And once we understand an ecosystem and the most pressing needs, it's very complex, and sometimes it takes a long time. It can take years, but we try to put all the different pieces together of the puzzle, so each different stakeholder can find its benefit inside a integrated vision and like coordinated efforts to achieve this like vision. So yeah, I think it's hard, but we try to accommodate the different needs inside one project. Yeah.
Well, thank you. I don't know. Do we have space for one more question? No. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Elena. Thank you, Ricard. It's been a valuable conversation.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jimena, Ricard, and Elena. That was really, really interesting. And now I would like to welcome to the stage for Fireside Chat number 2, Teresa Parejo, Head of Sustainability, Iberia. Teresa is a senior executive of Iberia and thought leader in sustainability, working at the highest levels of corporate and global policy, transforming companies for a better world. Welcome. Nice to have you here. And let me welcome also our moderator, Carla Piluso from Lanzadera. Welcome, Carla. As you know, Lanzadera is the business accelerator of Marina de Empresas, a fully private capital project driven by Juan Roy, president of Mercadona. Our initiative, or the initiative of Lanzadera is to help entrepreneurial leaders create efficient companies that add value and establish a solid business model based on productive work and leadership. Yeah, Carla is a specialist and project manager, a private capital accelerator expert, and the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much. I'm really grateful to participate in this event, and especially to interview you.
Thank
I
you
will
very
make
much.
few questions and leave you all the time to answer to all
Thank
of them.
you. It's my pleasure.
Thank you. So first of all, we would like to speak about decarbonization, obviously. So what are the main obstacles we are facing in achieving decarbonization in the airline sector?
Yes, so thank you very much. So for the aviation sector to decarbonize its activity is quite complex. It's not that it's impossible, it is possible, otherwise I wouldn't be here. But it's honest to say that it's more difficult than other sectors. And this is because it's a hard-to-abate sector, meaning that in order to decrease or reduce the emissions, we need to use technologies that are still in development, and because we cannot electrify the activity. You can use, perhaps in the near future, you can see small airplanes for very few passengers, but this is not the solution for the sustainability of the aviation, and mainly because 80% of emissions from aviation come from long-haul distances. And this is where the problem is. So you cannot achieve a sustainable transport without counting with aviation, because aviation flies fast and achieves different things than, let's say, other ways of transportation. So having said that, it's a difficult task, it's not impossible. Currently, aviation represents around 2 to 3% of total emissions around the world. But as I said, this is not the, you can think that this is not a problem because it's so small, such a small portion. But the truth is that because it's so difficult to decarbonize, this percentage will eventually increase with respect to others that currently represent more, but will be able to decarbonize faster. Okay. So knowing that this is such a big challenge, the IAG group, where Iberia belongs, is part of, we were the first group of airlines to commit to the objective of achieving net zero emissions in the year 2050, and this is to align our strategy to the international treaties, the Green Deal, and the best state, best state of the science. So that states that in order to be able to control the global temperature below 1.0 degrees, you need to be net zero emissions in the year 2050. And how can you do that? That would be the question.
Yeah.
How can aviation achieve such a big challenge? And this is quite difficult, but easy at the same time, because it's through three main measures. It's more complex than that, but in a nutshell would be three measures. One, the renewal of the fleet. Each time that you change or buy a new aircraft, that one is so light, much lighter, more efficient than the previous one, and can achieve an efficiency between 15% up to 35%. For example, our A350, the big airplanes that we use to fly to Latin America or the US, that's up to 35% more efficient than the previous one, the 340s.
Okay.
So that's a huge amount of reduction. On top of that, we have another measure with the efficiency of the operations, which means that with different approaches to the airports, depending on how modern they are, if this is allowed or not, but you can do continuous descents, or you can use one engine when taxiing through at the airport before you start to fly, and many other things like measuring the weight of the flight, etc., etc. And that can account up to 10% reduction. And on top of that, and more interesting, and this is the key to a sustainable aviation now and in the future, is the use of the so-called sustainable aviation fuels. This is kind of magic, because, and I say magic because this is a fuel that can be mixed with the current kerosene, and that means that you can use it in today's aircrafts without changing any design, with the same engines, with the same airport infrastructure. You don't need to change anything. Okay. You just plug it in. It's drop-in technology. And so then you would say, and before I say that, so with these sustainable aviation fuels, you can achieve from around 60% up to, even in the future, 100%, or even have net zero emissions or negative emissions in terms of life cycle, because in the way, since the production and until you burn the kerosene, the fuel, that's this life cycle, and you can really reduce emissions because of the materials that have previously reduced or captured some CO2, and because you reduce the emissions in production, let's say, because it's locally produced, you are not using transportation through vessels, through road transportation, etc. So it's a whole cycle reduction, and it's quite interesting. The problem, as I was saying, with these sustainable aviation fuels, you would say, then let's use it 100%. Yeah. So there are two main restraints. First, but this is the easy one. Sorry, I'm saying everything like...
No, don't worry about it. Obviously, I will not have to ask many more questions, but it's really interesting.
No, I was saying, so the first one would be that because of the security in the operation is the main thing in aviation. First, each new thing that you incorporate in a flight, you need to check and certify. So that's a long process. So until now, there's a certification for using 50% of mixture with SAF. So we could use 50% of SAF in all flights.
Okay.
And the second one, but this is not possible, I would say why. And then the second one, and is why we're not using 50% of SAF already in our flights, is because the production is not yet ready. It's just starting. This is a new industry that just started, that needs to develop and increase its production. And so for now, the main producers in Spain and around the world are starting to produce, but they need to do enormous investments in order to change their infrastructures to accommodate this new type of product. These products are two types. One come from bio-waste, meaning oils, cooking oils, agricultural waste, forest waste, urban waste. That's the bio with different technologies. Some of them are more developed than others. And the future of the production of SAF is the synthetic fuels or e-fuels. And these are produced with carbon capture from the atmosphere or from industries, and then combined with green hydrogen, you can produce SAF as well. So this is a humongous opportunity for Spain for sure, because we do have everything that we need.
Okay.
We have the raw material, we have the waste, we have the territory in order to have these industries and this infrastructure, and we have, and this is very important, the renewable energy already in place. In fact, we are leaders in that. So and this is something that we've spoken with our colleagues in the producers and others, and in order to tell the government to really hurry up and don't hesitate to push this new industry, because we think it's a great opportunity for Spain. We calculated this opportunity, and we think with this study, this report calculates that in the year 2050, if we are able to develop around 30 infrastructures that would produce SAF, we would be able to generate around 56 billion euros to the GDP, and around 270,000 employments in Spain. So, and on top of that, it's an opportunity to have energy independence, which is quite important at this moment.
So, what do you expect from the public sector administration to make this to happen?
So, that is key. We need alliances. It's impossible for any industry, for any company to achieve these enormous challenges by itself. It's a matter of alliances, and this is public-private alliances and with the public sector. And this is quite important. And in fact, this is because we're not the smartest or the only ones that have pointed out this opportunity. There are others in the world that have looked at this as an opportunity, as a new industry that does not exist yet, and can make it like a completely different transformation linked to the ecological transition. Other places like in the US or in the UK or in Asia have already started to collaborate with private companies, and they have developed regulation to really attract investment. And so we are worried that this opportunity will fade away if we're not hurry up. So we have precisely presented another report that, taking the previous one where we signaled the opportunity, we explained and detailed the potential measures that could make this opportunity a reality. Regulatory measures, economic measures, and transversal measures to call for a global strategy for SAF in Spain.
Okay. So what specific actions can be taken in regard to operational efficiency of the aircraft fleet to reduce environmental impact, and what improvements have you observed?
Well, as I said, so the environmental impacts of aviation come mainly from these three measures that I just mentioned. But the most important one is, and the greatest opportunity comes from the sphere of the development of SAF. These comes from new technologies that are still being developed. Some of them are more advanced than others. Let's say the most important, the one that is currently being used is the so-called jefa, which comes from cooking oils. And this is something that can totally change the situation of aviation. Still though, there's a lot to be done, and we are calling for these, for the alliances and the government to step in and develop the measures that are needed.
Okay. So speaking about sustainability during the travel experience, how is Iberia incorporating it into customer service?
Yeah, that's another piece of interest in our strategy, because the main problem of aviation, if we talk about sustainability, of course, is emissions. But there are other aspects of our strategy that are also important, not as relevant, of course, but also important. And one of them is the customer journey, and everything that is related of the service that we show and offer our clients on board. And these, we have to pay attention then to the use of plastics. There's, of course, a regulation to reduce the single-use plastics. That's something, of course, we are dealing with. But there are some plastics that you need to use in order to secure the health of our clients, yes. And for reasons that are so stupid. Let's say, for example, it's kind of silly. This glass perhaps is more sustainable, but needs to have some plastic around. Otherwise, it will disappear when you put the water inside. So we are still looking for solutions, and in general, everyone is, that are, of course, not super expensive, but this is something that we're looking at all the time. And that relates to the waste that we generate during the flight. And during the flights, at least in those airports that allow the management of waste, we separate within the aircraft, inside, while the stewards are giving the service to our clients. We have a little chart with a little, you know, how do you say, like un carrito?
Cabot
yeah.
with wheels.
Yeah, with wheels.
Cabot with
that
wheels.
separate the waste,
yeah.
And so that when we arrive to the airport, they can be managed properly.
Okay.
And we have some KPIs on that in order to improve them constantly. And on top of that, we are still, at the moment, exploring. Another thing that is really worrying to us is the food waste. We are trying some solutions, digitalization, asking our customers to ask for whatever they want to be served, eat or drink during the flight ahead of time, in order to calculate how much do we have to include on board. But there's a lot of food that you need to just throw away after a flight, and we are looking for solutions through artificial intelligence as well, in order to reduce as much as possible that food waste. So there are so many things, there are so many challenges, but we are trying to find solutions for all of them.
Okay. So Iberia has collaborated as well with some organizations such as UNHCR,
the what?
ACNUR.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. And has worked for the integration of people at risk of exclusion. So could you tell us more about these programs and the specific impact they have had on those communities?
Yeah, so another aspect of sustainability that is also embedded in our strategy is our social impact. We are very much aware of our environmental impact, and we are doing our best and investing a lot of money as a group in order to decrease our emissions and our negative impact in the environment. But we are also looking at our impact in the social aspects of sustainability, because we know that aviation is important for the well-being of society, and we started to measure our impact. Okay. Yeah, okay.
So
we're
many
measuring our
questions.
impact, yeah.
Please finish
Yeah,
your
no.
sentence. I'm sorry.
We're measuring our impact. Not only the activity of Iberia, including the collaboration of with different NGOs, but also the impact in our different routes. So we elaborated a calculator that we are certifying in order to calculate the GDP, the employment we generate, and other things. Thank you.
Well, obviously we will have to keep speaking about all of this. It's too interesting for 15 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So sorry, my apologies. The one thing that's missing sometimes in these conferences, I think it's just time to explore more, ask more questions, and have more time with our amazing speakers. But thank you again for that incredibly insightful conversation. And now, to move ahead with our agenda of the day, I want to introduce the next panel, panel number 4. This is a panel about the innovation of urban landscapes for a sustainable and inclusive future. To give you a little bit more of context about this panel, we are living in an urbanized world where 70% of the population is projected to live in cities by 2050, transforming and adapting existing infrastructure, and that presents a very, very pressing issue. My apologies. This panel will address the challenges and opportunities in achieving the energy and resource transition necessary for smarter cities, focusing on improving mobility and envisioning urban centers that are efficient, resilient, and environmentally conscious. Please welcome to the stage Bruno Sauer, CEO of Green Building Council España. Thank you, Bruno, for being here. This is a platform for connection and dialogue, offering cutting-edge information and training to guide and support our members in the transition of sustainable building with a focus on people's well-being. Next are our speakers, Paula Loblet, Councillor of Tourism, Innovation and Investments from Valencia City Council. Welcome, Paula. Nice to have you here. Andrés Gómez Morón, Head of Open Innovation from Renfe. Ana Méndez de Andes from Urbanist. And Carlos Esteban Faber Partner, I hope I said it well, from Faber Ventures. Welcome to the stage, and thank you so much for being here.
Does it? Yeah, perfect. Brilliant. As we are very short in time, they already did the introduction. That means I don't have to read anything. People are introduced. The context is perfectly written and spoken. So in that sense, we go straight to the questions. We have 25 minutes, 4 people, 3 questions, 3 minutes per question per person. We're speaking about mobility, we're speaking about innovation, we're speaking about the city, the territory, the landscape. How do the city relates with the environment, impact, environmental impact, climate change. Please, the 4 of you, in 3 minutes, what is your vision on the future of the cities, thinking on this climate impact and mobility? Paula.
Hello, and thank you very much for the gap in between organizers to give us the opportunity to have here in Valencia an event that is, well, it has the focus on impact and in environment and social impact that is really important for Valencia City Council. Well, what we know is that we have goals. I mean, we, of course, as city, have a lot of challenge. This year, we are green capital. So we know we have a lot of KPIs, and what we want is to have a better city and a better quality of life in all the neighborhoods of the city. And we are clear that the first thing is that we need to have an strategy. And we have these goals to arrive in 2030. And we know that we cannot arrive alone. For us, it's really important, to have a strategy that involves all the different institutions that we have in the city. It's something that if we go alone, we can just maybe arrive to the 20% of the goals we have. So we need the private-public collaboration, and that's what we have done. We have launched the strategy Valencia Innovation Capital, where we have identified the universities, companies, startups, spin-offs, technological institutions, and all the different actors that we have in the city with a lot of talents. We have told them which is the goals that we have as cities with all the KPIs related to quality of air, pollution, water efficiency, mobility, and all the different KPIs that we have. And what we want is to connect all this talent with the cities, with the talents that we have. So we have launched a project that is called GovTech, where we put, okay, now we have a challenge with the terrace, with the noise that we have in the city. So we think that technology can help the city council to improve the services and to improve, in this case, the noise that we have in the city that sometimes it's really important for us, all the tourist ecosystem, because it's really important for the economic of the city, but we have to find the balance between that and the social impact that it has in the citizens and in the neighbors. So that's how we try to connect our challenge with different solutions that can help us to have better infrastructures and better services in the city. For this, what we have done is to have, first of all, just open window to all the different ecosystems, okay? So they have to go directly just to one place to know, okay, this are the challenge, this is the way you can help us, and this is the different instruments, grants, awards, different calls that we have, to develop projects in this area. We have increased also the budget, and we have made a regulation. We have approved the Sandbox Ordinance of Valencia, that is the first one of Spain and one of the, with more challenges of Europe, where we have become all the city in a living lab. So we have different verticals, mobility is one of them, and so we have the challenge. We want to improve the quality of the public transport. For us, what we don't have to do is to start the house for the roof. I mean, you cannot say, okay, we don't want cars in the city if you don't give an alternative to the citizens. You have to be alternative to all of them, to old people, young people, family with a lot of children as me, the one who moves alone and loves to go by bike and has the body to go like that. So that's the point, to give alternative to all of them. And this pass for us to have a really important public transport. We have increased all the lines that arrive to the center, and this has to be, of course, sustainable. So what we are doing is investment in electricity, trying to have all hybrid or electric buses in the city. And with this, of course, we continue with the pedestrian areas, we continue with the bike lanes, we continue with the different type of mobility, so we can give alternative to all of them. So when we have this project, we create like a hub that we want. We have this challenge, how we can go further. We don't want to go alone, we want to go to the private sector with the talent, with the companies that are working there, and together develop projects that we can implement in the city, we can make the pilot, we can measure them, because it's really important to know all the KPIs and the results of every pilot that we do in the city, and when they have a really important result, then we invest and we scale it to the rest of the city and we become it a public policy.
You have answered the three questions more or less at the same time. Perfect, thanks. Andres, from the point of view of public transport, long distance, Renfe, what is your vision as a company on the future of the city?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's amazing to be in this roundtable with these opponents. I'm Andres, Head of Open Innovation at Renfe. It's our first time here in Valencia, in the gap in between, and we are surprised with the quality of the conversation and the quality of the entrepreneurs that we have the opportunity to meet before. I guess, Renfe, most of you know about how we work, how we transport people, but I lead specifically TrendLab. TrendLab is an open innovation program that connects startups with an innovative idea with a business area of our company that needs to solve some kind of challenges. We started this program in 2018. We have accelerated more than 22 startups with more than 1,100 applicants. And our program is a 6-month program accelerator where we help to connect, to build a project between the business area and the startups. We focus on this collaboration. We are in the middle. We pay them 50,000 euros. We support them with our knowledge, and also with mentorship. And at the end of the program, we have a C-level committee where decide if we continue with the project. It's not only an acceleration program, it's more like a venture client model in terms of open innovation and corporate venturing. And in some of other numbers related with our program, more than 2 million invested in proof of concept, more than 4 million euros in signed contracts, which is not easy for a public company like ours. Actually, in the last year, we got a big achievement of invest in the equity of 2 startups that have participated in our program. Our approach is not financial; it's more like to try to get into Renfe knowledge and technology. And well, we are now in the process to select 4 new startups that are focused on technology like AI and quantum computing, for example, and in different verticals, customer experience, maintenance, fleet optimization. So we work in different verticals. Also, in other calls, we work with sustainability projects that maybe after this first introduction, I can tell you more about it. And in terms of our vision related with mobility, we see as a collaborative innovation as a driver to boost mobility into verticals, sustainability and accessibility, which are part of our DNA. I'm fortunate to work in a public company with strong public services values. So for us in a department like ours, in an innovation department, it's easy to work with that. It's just to follow the path.
Thank you. Train connections is part of a European development. The new Commission is really focusing on how to connect cities by train. I suppose the interconnection between cities, that's an item we will come back later on. Anna, let's go to the city on itself, the landscape, urban design, public space. What's your experience? What's your vision? What should we be doing?
Well, I really appreciate that the gap in between has invited me, because I don't come from a company, so I don't really have a product. I am a researcher and a practitioner of city making, and but my role is to try to make sense of what are the processes that are taking place in the cities and how these processes actually are evolving in the future. So in relation with the cities and let's say sustainability issue, I think that we are facing a change of paradigm where we were actually assuming that there was an environment, right, that was working, and our role, the role of sustainable processes, was to make it sustainable inside that existing process that work. But that is not the situation anymore. So the role of sustainability has changed from making specific projects and actions that are sustainable in itself to envision a city that can sustain life, and sustain life in very different ways, and sustain the communities that actually produce, you know, this city in itself. But the reason why we got into cities is because social life and collective life makes it better. right? It is a better life to be together, no? To take advantage of the innovation, of the intelligence, of the density, of the opportunities. But now, these systems that we envision are thought about with a paradigm, with a framework that comes from the 19th century. You're dealing with concepts and with tools of urban planners that come from the 20th century. And we have to face the problems of the 21st century. So in this sense, we have to rethink what is that produces a city? What is that transforms a city? Julia Steinberger, which is one of the lead authors of the IPCC report, made a very interesting project about living well within limits. And then at the end of the project, she said, it doesn't matter how we make a more efficient use of biophysical aspects. Because if we want to have territories that sustain life, that sustain, that people can have food, access to water, clean air, a place to live, housing, access to housing, and a meaningful social environment, we need what she called a democratic provision of services. And this is the role of planning. The role of planning is to organize this complex system into something that sustains not only the life in the cities, but that is also aware of the interaction with all the territories that impact or are impacted. So what is our responsibility as city makers, which is, says, politicians, designers, investors, public companies, like what is our role in this responsibility towards what is the impact of what we are doing in the cities? And I think this is it's a change of mentality and it's a change of paradigm, and maybe this is one of the places where we can start thinking what are these new tools to think the city.
Then we need 2 days more, but I accept it's interesting discussion. Systematic thinking is probably what we need instead of analytic thinking, what we did the last 100 years. Andres, Carlos, you're expert in another environment, which is water, and you're an expert in leading startups and doing innovation. How do you look from your point of view to the cities? Mobility, the environment, the impact. What are your experiences? Just share the first thoughts that come to your mind.
I think that cities are growing, so this means more people and more need for resources, more water, more food, more energy, more ways to be managed. So I think this is very, very important. For example, we need a lot of water for the cities. There is scarcity of water in Spain. We have invested, for example, in a company that promotes the ocean water desalination. Now the process is efficient. You take water from the ocean, 50% you become into fresh water to drink, the other 50% you return it to the ocean and increase salinity and have some problem for the local fish. This company is able to extract all the fresh water, and then the residue, the salt, could be used in the chemical industry and also to extract strategic metals like magnesium, for example. So this is one way to make the cities more sustainable. Another is to see the waste not as waste but as resources. For example, we have invested in a couple of companies that produce alternative proteins from agriculture and food residues. They are able to process it and then produce feed for animals or food for humans. And also in the part of transportation, I think is very important the transition to electrification and to hydrogen. To use hydrogen to produce electricity locally in the vehicle with a fuel cell, or to be combusted with a clean combustion that just produces water.
Many things were said between the four of you. We spent 15 minutes for the first question and we have 10 minutes left. So I'm going to try to fit together the next two questions in just one. Let's focus purely on mobility and recognizing that we have a problem in the cities on noise, air quality, because of old transport systems coming from the 19th, 20th century. What should we be doing to transform these cities so that mobility really is accessible for everybody? I mean, not excluding anybody, but economically viable, possible to invest and to transform. Every transformation of a city has a cost. I don't have to tell you that, Paula. I mean, innovation, transformation is costful. How can we do that? With a just transition for everybody, focusing on mobility, and probably putting into question the presence of a private car in public space. You may start, and then we go maybe to Ana, Andrés, and to Carlos.
I don't know, yeah. I think for us, from the municipality, it's really important. The first thing is to have data, okay? This is the challenge. I mean, if you want to take decisions and you want to be efficient, you need to have data. So Valencia has a really good smart city platform. We have been the first in 2013 to have the smart city platform with the standard of the European Commission, with the standard fireware. That is like the brain of the city that we need to give a lot of data and to integrate the different services, I mean, mobility, but also with police, with pollution, you know, to have all the data integrated so we can have, you know, like a vision of how is the thing now in the city going on. And the next step is to the evolution from the smart city data to the digital twins. I think that it's really important to use the technology to take the current decisions. And for that, what we want is to have a virtual representation of the city, like of a neighborhood where you want to take decisions related to mobility, okay? And you, I think it's a challenge to know how it is going to affect to the traffic of maybe not that lane, but to all, you know, together like the city and the different lanes that we have, and be able to, in a virtual way, to know exactly what is going to be the results for the citizens that live there, but maybe in the neighborhood that's it's just next one, because you know they are all related, and try to be more efficient and reduce cost, looking and programming everything in this virtual way. So before you implement it in the street, you know the results you are going to have. So you can adapt what you are going to do with data, you know, before you implement it.
That's the virtual twin city. We create something virtual, we learn, and we bring it to the reality. Anna, what's your experience from the process way of thinking? How do we solve the problem of transport, occupation, public space of transport, and what should we do in the coming 10, 20 years?
It's a great question, and it has like a short and a long answer. A short answer is that we know right now that the one thing that we have to do, like yesterday, is to stop fossil fuels. I think this is clear, right? So one clear answer of what is this future is the future without fossil fuels at all, in the streets, in the public space, in the industry, ever. Because the consequences are very dear, and we are seeing it. You know, there is a hurricane level 5 in Florida right now. So I think that the things that are at stake are very strong. But the longer question has to do with my previous intervention of how do we shift from a project, a city as a project, to a city as a process. And public space is a perfect example. I remember breaking through conversation I had with Álvaro Fernández-Heredia. I don't know if you know him. He was the CEO of the public transport company in Madrid. Now he is the general secretary of sustainable mobility at the Ministry of Transport. And talking with Álvaro, he was saying Madrid, I'm sure Valencia as well, has a great, the best, mobility in Europe because it's a city where people walk a lot. So, okay, what are the infrastructures and what is the cost of having a good pedestrian street? Because you would say, okay, it's easy, right? You have a sidewalk, so people walk in the side of the street. You need a livable city. You need to have things to go on the side. You need to be able to make short trips, to have, things nearby, something similar to the 15 minutes city. But also you need life around the city. The best public space, I have been teaching, I am an urban designer, and I have been teaching urban design in the university for many years, and I always put this example, the best public space I know personally is Jama El Efna in Marrakesh. If you know Marrakesh, if you have been to this square, is an empty asphalt surface. And a square of these characteristics anywhere else is a parking slot, right? It's not very different from a normal parking slot, but it's surrounded by the Kasbah, by the old city, by the mosques, by the souk. This is what makes Jama El Efna an incredible public space, is the life around it. We have to take care of how the cities develop as a process and stop to think it as a project, and then shift, the kind of investment and profits that we get in terms of life, of how these investments are making a more, a better life for the cities. And I think that looking at the public space gives you a lot of clues about what is a place that people want to be and want to walk. And then we need all the public transport that we can gather on the top of that.
Public transport, Andres, you were speaking about accessibility. Yeah, no, time is running. Accessibility is one of the key elements that you said. How do you work on social inclusion, economical viability, possibility, not raising prices to become a public transport, climate neutral, and for everybody?
One of our projects where we can make the link between mobility and accessibility is one of the problems that our accessibility department identified during the pandemic. Deaf people have a lot of problems to communicate with our colleagues in the trains or in the station because everybody was wearing a mask. So was even more difficult for them to try to communicate with people. At that moment, the accessibility department asked for some universal accessible solution for that, and we choose one startup. Actually, is from Valencia, Visualify, that have a solution for helping deaf people to make these spaces accessible for them. Through technologies, through IA, they identify different sounds, or for example, a fire extinguisher alarm, or an announcement of the train is coming to the station, and they traduce it through light in the station, or through your mobile phone directly through a notification in your mobile phone or a smartwatch. Was a success case. We work with them doing this pilot in a commuting station in Madrid, in Sol, and now in the following weeks we are going to see this project in more than 25 stations. Actually, this project is the second investment in equity of Renfe. So it shows our commitment with sustainability, with social mobility.
Carlos, social acceptable solutions, payable from your point of view, and mobility. You have exactly 20 seconds. A little bit more.
I think mobility has been mentioned, is quite relevant, all the solutions about the city itself, but I think also the water part should be taken in account, especially in cities with river across, all in coastal cities. Mobility there is very important, ferries, water taxis, that could be electrified also, so the same technologies that are being applied in the road can be applied there, and it's a way to descongestionate the traffic in the city using another alternative road that sometimes are much closer to the target that going by car. For example, Lisbon, the city is cut by the middle, by the Tagus River, the Tajo, or San Francisco, the Bay Area, you have this huge bridge, but you can go much faster, or Stockholm, you can go much faster by water with a boat than with the car and all the bridges and all the way that you have to go around. So these solutions should be implemented in parallel, should be kind of multimodal service of transport in the cities, and also not just for people, but then connection between cities and transport of merchandise with the container ships and everything. These technologies should be decarbonized, because at the end it will contaminate the atmosphere, and the atmosphere doesn't matter if it is in the city or another part, at the end the air is common, is very efficient, the transportation with big ships, but also is contaminant because of the size that they have, so any work on them will be extremely impactful.
Okay, we are running out of time. I just one question that has to be answered with yes or no. It's a tricky question. I'm asking all of you if you believe that our cities will be climate neutral by 2050, yes or no?
If it will be?
Climate neutral, decarbonized.
No.
Anna?
They have to.
Yes. Paula?
We should.
Yes, that's good. Thank you very much. Sorry for the short time, but everybody has other compromises, and we don't want to compromise the afternoon program. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for helping me keep the track of time. Thank you, everyone, for your incredible insights about sustainability and impact. Now to move ahead with the fireside chat number 3, I want to welcome Rubén Hidalgo, Head of Open Innovation in Capsa Food, and our moderator, Fernando Lelo, founding partner of Rumbo Ventures. Please welcome to the stage. I also wanted to make a quick mention about the lunch break, which will take place after this this fireside chat. Don't forget to do your ticket purchase at the registration area, and then with that ticket, go into the food court area to redeem your food and drinks. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
¿En inglés o en español? Perdón.
¿En inglés?
¿En inglés? Perfecto. Well, thank you very much. We will try to be quick to keep up with the agenda. Rubén, pleasure. Great meeting you. Thank you so much. I think in order of make the best use of our time, I'll go directly to understanding what is happening within CAPSA. So, first of all, I understand you're heading the Open Innovation Program. I'd love to start by understanding how do you see open innovation? What is your understanding of it? Because I think it's a question or it's a concept that has changed a lot in the last 10 years. So if I can hear it from you.
Yeah, thank you. For us, it's very demanding, all of these activities. So, because Capsa Food developed into the market this brand, Central Lechera Asturiana, which is a main operator into the Spain market, no? Which is our brand is in each fridge, in each home in Spain. So this fact is very demanding for us in terms of improve constantly the nutritional aspects of our products, the solution, the relation with the customer, and so on. So with all of this, our CEO in 2020 think about the situation beyond the current market, beyond the current situation for us. No? In terms of us, we created our Open Innovation Unit, and we launched Capsa Vida. Capsa Vida is a vehicle for funding with the objective to invest in the better solution in the Spain food tech market in terms of transform of our value chain in a long term. So our day per day is similar to VC in order to create this funnel for startups involved in the technology food tech, but also new products for the markets and so on. At the end, we work constantly in 4 verticals. One of them is for new products like dairy for pets or plant-based options or functional foods too. Other vertical is nutritional advantage with fermentation technology, encapsulation of ingredients or new ingredients including. And other verticals is for the technology transformation of our value chain.
And let me stop you there, because I think that's fascinating. I think for a firm in the industries that you work, having that vision at that time and understanding that in order to really have an impact, you have to put money in those entrepreneurs that are working with new technologies. That was very innovative in itself, and that was a big bet that I think talks about the vision that the firm had.
Yeah. But in this part of technology in our value chain is very, the effort is incredible because you need to manage not only the resources, economic resources, but also the cultural aspects of our value chain, for example, or the possibility of the technology. During the day, you can looking for new technology, and it's very enthusiastic moment. But at the end, you need to connect this with the farmer, and this is something very difficult in terms of achieve, for example, sustainability goals, footprint carbon reduction, or reduce the waste, and so on. No? So for us, we needed to implement other program in our unit, call it La Granja Lab, in terms of manage this situation. It's not.
And I understand that's the new big thing that's happening now.
It's not only about the money. It's about to launch one program for the farmers, including rural communities. Because at the end, the food is seeing these resources regarding very deeply with the rural communities. I need to connect this technology, startups, business, all this world with the reality, which is rural communities. So the big problem issues here is struggling with these communities in terms of, exist this technology and you can use it. No? With this architect, we create 3 verticals for work into the La Granja Lab. One of them is demo farm, something like a mock-up, scientific people involved in a regular farm in order to better understanding the technology using a real environment in the farm, and later connect this framework directly with the farmer in terms of create this bridge between big technology and so on with the reality of the farmer. The second one, it was the created of Centro de Innovación Carrio, a big innovation center in terms of scale the technology, because in food tech technology, one of the things is happening today is exist many of technology, many of players, but the problem is the scale of this technology in terms of use in rural area and strong, conditions for develop this market. No, because of this, we created this innovation center with the goal of, to help to entrepreneurs to grow the technology, in this specific area with loans, with advanced method for this type of scaling up and these type of things. At the third point, very interesting in the Granja Lab, is not about technology, it's about the transformation of cultural aspects into the rural communities. At the end, here in Spain, we have this vision about the lands, the rural community is so poor, is so, destroyed, and so on. It's not the reality anymore. The people involved in the rural community have ideas, have very good projects, have a particular vision for the future, and we need to connect this reality with our customer. No? It is in the urban area mainly, no? And for this, we created the Ruralidad program. We help creative and cultural projects in order to build, to think, to rethink really the experience of rural area in order to connect this future, modern future with new technology, with new possibilities, with the people across the rural areas.
I love it, and I think it's sort of self-reinforcing, because I would imagine that one of the biggest challenges for your first objectives is the cultural differences and the resistance that traditional farmers might have. They want to be competitive, they want to grow their businesses, but at the same time, trust is an issue, and building that cultural bridge. So having that third leg in the stool helps the whole cycle work better.
Yeah, at the end, like a company, a big operator in the industry here in Spain, our mission is to stabilize this vision of the rural area with a future, with a very good future for these communities, those communities, And our social project is about that. It's not only about the putting in the market new products with new nutritional profiles and very good for healthy and longevity for our customers. It's about to introduce the idea of, into the customer, the idea of this prosperity in rural community.
Correct.
So at the end, we need to connect a simple idea. When you, like customer, choose our products, you are really invest in the future of rural areas. This is the idea.
Love it, love it. And even though it's a new program, you already start having interesting case studies, some case you want to share?
At the end, today we have this venture capital tool in order to invest 300,000 euros, more or less, per project. We, in the next year, hopefully to connect these ideas with the idea of scale in this innovation center in Asturias, of course. Is our, very connection with the land. And if the people is thinking about this idea of ruralidad, which means, the prosperity of rural communities, can help, including with support, with a specific financial model, these cultural projects in terms of grow this and connect with other realities. So this is our different tools for different types of projects and solutions.
But at the end, working on innovation, working on new technologies, having this kind of programs, you have a vision. You know where you want to be for open innovation, for the group in, say, 5 or 10 years. Can you share some of the really long-term goals in terms of impact that this is going to have?
Well, the last years for us is very commitment with sustainability goals. Of course, at the end, during the day is managing projects involving innovation perspective about new solutions for example, bioconversion of waste, and this type of results of new raw material for other industries, for example, or introduce digital transformations across the farmers in order to achieve different goals regarding with the sustainability. This is our past, recent days. No? The future is how the technology connect with social impact.
Right.
Two lands and 2 words, because the time is over. So in the length of product is how the product is more functional in terms of personalization, tailored foods, no? In terms of directly that the customer needs. This is one of the trends. And the second one is this idea of it's not only about technology for sustainability goals, it's including to improve the social profitable.
Yes.
I mean, it's like the technology support rural communities in very perspective. No, this is the point.
Listen, let's end up with that high note because we are interfering between the audience and lunch. But I wanted to thank you. Really, lots of admiration for what you're doing. Very enthusiastic to see how this grows, and looking forward to collaborate.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Rubén. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Rubén and Fernando, for the fireside chat. Now, yes, it's time to wrap up this block of the morning and then reconvene here at 3:50 for the next panel, panel number 5, which will be from linear to circular design, evolving business strategies. So see you in a few and have a great lunch in the meantime. Hola. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. I hope everybody has coffee in their hands. After lunch is always a tough hour, but I am assuring you that it will be a very, very interesting panel, and we'll get to discuss a lot of interesting subjects. So just moving forward with our agenda of the day, I want to introduce panel number 5. This panel will be a bilingual panel, but I will introduce it in English. So let's get ahead and welcome panel 5, from linear to circular design, evolving business strategies. The panel aims to enhance understanding of circularity and explore its adoption across various industrial sectors, encouraging audiences to rethink traditional business models in favor of sustainable practices that benefit both society and the environment. By showcasing successful examples and fostering dialogue among corporates, investors, entrepreneurs, seeking to address challenges in implementing circular practices and highlighting the role of technological innovations and new design approaches in facilitating this transition. First, I would like to welcome our moderator, Irene Simone, CEO and co-founder of Zero Impact. Simone, so happy to have you here. Thank you for coming, Irene. I would like to then welcome Javier Amores, Circular Economy and No Waste Officer from L'Oréal, Spain and Portugal. Welcome, Javier. Mucho gusto. Facundo Echevere, SVP of Sustainability Strategy and Partnerships from Danone. Welcome, welcome Facundo. And Ana Lopez, Coordinator of CIEC, Circular Economy Innovation Center. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Okay, can you hear me well? Great, thank you very much. I'm very happy to be here and to moderate this panel. Actually, the argument, the theme that we are gonna discuss, it's something that I really value because my name is Irene Simone and I am the CEO and co-founder of Zero Impact, which is a startup focusing on circular economy. We do reusable packaging as a service for large-scale meal distribution. So our goal is to eliminate single-use packaging with a solution that provides reusable packaging instead. So a real circular loop and circular model. So today, during this panel, we will have 40 minutes to discuss about circularity and trying to promote the understanding of this concept. We would like to explore in which way it can be adopted across various industrial sectors. And so today, here with me, we have 3 distinguished guests that I'm very pleased to welcome. And so before getting to know you a little more, just a brief introduction about circularity and circular models. So unlike the linear economy model, where we used to have this paradigm of take, make, dispose, circularity is something that emphasizes the creation of regenerative systems, where resources are continuously cycled through processes of reuse, repair, and recycle. So this shift, this paradigm shift, is essential for advancing our economy by decoupling economic growth, and here is a point that actually, I think our society is struggling to decouple economic growth from resource depletion, fostering a more efficient and environmentally approach to managing material. So after this brief introduction, I would like to introduce you. So here we have Facundo Echevere, SVP of Sustainability at Danone. Welcome, thank you very much for being here. Javier Amores, Circular Economy Manager at L'Oréal. And Ana Lopez Loureiro, Coordinator of the Circular Economy Center of the Madrid City Council. So welcome very much, welcome to you. And so the first question is to get to know our guests a little bit better. So if you can please introduce yourself, maybe we can start with you. And maybe can you please tell us what circularity is for your company, what role it plays?
Muy bien, bueno, pues empiezo yo, tengo el honor de empezar. Lo primero, muchas gracias por invitarme al panel. Mi nombre es Javier Amores, trabajo en L'Oréal desde hace casi 20 años, llevo la parte de economía circular dentro de una filial y muy vinculado a lo que nosotros llamamos no waste, Es decir, cómo evitamos la producción de todo lo que no necesitamos, o sea, evitamos los obsoletos, es decir, producimos solo aquello que vayamos a necesitar, y cuando el obsoleto lo tenemos ahí, cómo buscamos alternativas, canales de segunda vida para evacuar esos obsoletos y evitar la destrucción. Eso es un poco por resumir qué es lo que hago. Sobre la pregunta de qué es lo que hacemos en economía circular dentro de L'Oréal, yo me gustaría dar primero un poquito de contexto. O sea, yo creo que hay tres macro tendencias que son las que han marcado la agencia en materia de economía circular y sostenibilidad de L'Oréal para los próximos años. Una de ellas es el envejecimiento de la población. Bueno, según el NIE, para España nos dicen que a partir del 2050 casi el 30% de la población tendrá más de 65 años. Eso tiene una implicación y es que, por ejemplo, el envase y el packaging que conocemos a día de hoy no lo vamos a poder utilizar. Vamos a necesitar envases y packaging muchos más sencillos y mucho más fáciles de abrir. Esa es una. Dos, otra de las macrotendencias es que hay un incremento de inquietud, vamos a decir, sobre todo lo que es la salud. Casi un 70% de nuestros consumidores dicen que compran para sentirse bien y eso implica comprar y tener ingredientes naturales y evitar todos los agentes externos. Y luego la tercera de las macro tendencias es que efectivamente hay necesidad por la sostenibilidad, que es una inquietud por la sostenibilidad, y ahí lo vinculo a la parte de la economía circular que me estabas preguntando, ¿no? Para todo eso, L'Oréal creó hace tiempo un programa, que es el programa que llamamos L'Oréal for the Future, que se basa en tres pilares. Uno de ellos es transformarnos a nosotros mismos y respetar los límites planetarios. Dos, transformar nuestro ecosistema. Y cuando digo ecosistema es ser capaces también de transformar nuestros proveedores, pero también las startups con las que trabajamos. Y tres, bueno, por supuesto, identificar cuáles son los riesgos que tiene el planeta y trabajar por ello. Entonces, todo lo que está vinculado a la transformación del ecosistema, es decir, ser capaces de trabajar con nuestros proveedores y con startups para buscar soluciones, es lo que nos responde a la pregunta que me has hecho, y es cómo trabajamos nosotros para la economía circular. Buscamos siempre asociaciones con startups, identificamos cuáles son los retos que tenemos nosotros como en economía circular y en sostenibilidad en general, y buscamos cuáles pueden ser esas alternativas y esas soluciones que empresas como las startups nos pueden proporcionar. Y ahí es donde estamos trabajando para buscar esas soluciones definitivas.
Muy bien, muchas gracias. Facundo.
Hello, everybody. Oh, working. Yes. Now it's okay, no?
No, Facundo.
No? Yes.
No.
Okay.
Ahora.
Let's go with this. So at the end, we are talking about the same. I won't repeat what L'Oréal is magnificently doing, because it's a kind of benchmark in the way companies should take care of all the elements. But I want to start explaining that as Danone, we are a multi-local company, multi-local food company, offering products in different geographies, trying to reach the consumers to offer nutritious food. And to do that, we need to find the best way to deliver that in an affordable way. But also, we need to think about the system where we are operating, trying to unlock the circularity in real terms. Because in theoretical aspects, we could say a lot of things. But when we do business in Indonesia, or in Africa, in Latin America, Europe, or US, we are facing a totally different reality. And that is a challenge for us. So circularity is a mindset that implies things that are associated to our own operation. That is, for example, by design, thinking what are the materials that we are going to use that are recyclable in theory at the beginning. Also thinking about combinations of materials that we use in our packaging to make it recyclable. But also it's about thinking how we interact with the ecosystem of factors that are collecting, sorting, recycling, to offer us back the opportunity to integrate recycled content in our packaging. And unfortunately, it's very fragmented, the reality. The reality where we operate in the world of packaging is a fragmentation of different infrastructures, different systems, different policies, different actors. And as a company, we are engaged in transforming this. We are engaged in a full conversation that is, at the end, trying to make one KPI successful, that is no plastics in nature. That is for us the outcome. We need to foster to the max the circular economy approach to avoid that. That is what is affecting us, is affecting our planet. But we do this in a way that is acknowledging as well the need in terms of enabling conditions. And we start very clearly stating that we need to have binding regulatory frameworks. So it's impossible to articulate the efforts of all the companies operating in an ecosystem if we are not having the right legal framework. And that is what we are trying to do together with many companies, including L'Oréal, in the business coalition, that we are trying to have a binding treaty, United Nations treaty on plastics, to unlock the power of circular economy. Circular economy for Danone is also understanding the social dimension of this circular process. In many geographies, we have waste pickers operating in the supply chain. People that are having a living collecting waste in the streets, and we try to improve their conditions of life. So the social dimension is about helping them to be organized, helping them to work in cooperatives, having them with agreements with the transformation companies to have them being paid for the materials as they should be paid. Working conditions implied partnership with the public sector at local level. And we do that with a non-ecosystem fund, trying to unlock this collaboration, but also channeling financing. But I will park here because we are going to have a lot of things to say.
Other questions too.
So let's follow,
Sure.
and then we can build on the different pillars.
Thank you so much. Please, Ana.
Thank you, Rene. I'm going to switch to Spanish, as was Javier. Yo soy la coordinadora del Centro de Economía Circular del Ayuntamiento de Madrid. Es un centro de innovación, es un centro que está promovido por el Ayuntamiento de Madrid dentro del área de economía, y es importante resaltar que está dentro del área de economía porque nuestro objetivo es ayudar a las empresas a cambiar de un sistema lineal a un sistema circular. Como decía Facundo, al final es un cambio de mentalidad. O sea, no se trata más que cambiar la mentalidad, bueno, ni más ni menos, que cambiar la mentalidad, porque hemos pasado de una economía lineal, de yo produzco, uso y tiro, a una economía del reciclaje, y yo produzco, uso y alguien se encargará de lo que yo he tirado, y eso ya lo reciclarán, pero eso ya será otra persona o seré yo, a un cambio de no, yo ya voy a empezar a pensar en mi producto, en mi diseño, en mi edificio, pensando en términos de circularidad. Y eso es una transformación muy importante tanto en empresas grandes como en las startups, como bueno, yo creo que en los ciudadanos también, en las universidades. Entonces, por eso, como Facundo decía, también es importante crear un ecosistema. Nosotros desde el CIEC estamos creando ya un ecosistema donde aunamos empresas grandes, empresas pequeñas, estudiantes, ciudadanos en general, universidades, tercer sector, las administraciones públicas, que son muy importantes, al final son las que van a regular, las que van a dar las ayudas, las que yo creo que al final marcan el cambio junto con los consumidores. Y bueno, nosotros tenemos diversos programas donde pues bueno, ayudamos a las startups, ayudamos a las empresas a empezar a circularizarse, creamos ese ecosistema y también, como decía Javier, creemos que es muy importante que las empresas grandes se apoyen en las startups. Las startups muchas veces ya están dando con soluciones que las empresas grandes a veces ni se han empezado a plantear de ese reto. Y otras veces tienen ese reto y no saben por dónde abordarlo. Oye, pues ya hay a lo mejor varias startups muy cerquita tuyo o no, pero que ya están haciendo, ya tienen esa solución. Entonces yo creo que crear alianzas en la economía circular, unido a ese cambio de mentalidad, creo que es básico. Y nosotros desde el CIEC, bueno, tenemos varios programas, creamos el ecosistema para ayudar a promover ese cambio. O sea, al final nuestro objetivo principal es ese, que parece así dicho que es muy fácil, pero cambiar la mentalidad de toda la población, de empresas, a lo mejor empresas grandes donde son mucho más estáticas en sus procedimientos, donde dile a alguien que lleva 30 años haciendo las cosas de una manera que tiene que cambiar radicalmente, que la forma de producir, incluso la forma de pensar en el producto tiene que ser distinta, que cuando construya un edificio para una fábrica o para una sede, que por qué no lo piensa modular, porque hoy es una fábrica, pero a lo mejor mañana fabrica otra cosa o ha terminado su vida útil y oye, si lo has hecho por módulos, simplemente es quitar esos módulos, repararlos y llevarlos a otro sitio. Y bueno, es una transformación al final muy grande, pero vamos, que estamos en el camino, con lo cual nosotros desde el CIE creemos que el cambio se puede abordar y que estamos en ello.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the approach is very clear. Let's talk about some actions that maybe you want to share, some concrete actions that you carried out to drive sustainability and circular economy in your operations, for example, some work or methodology. Would you like to make some examples, for example?
Bueno,
Yes.
seguimos así,
Yes,
¿no?
please.
Vale. Bueno, yo puedo dar algún ejemplo de lo que estabas diciendo, Ana, efectivamente, de esas asociaciones, esa colaboración. Hay un poco de todo, o sea, tenemos también temas, invertimos por supuesto en innovación, pero colaboramos con startups buscando soluciones para los retos que nosotros tenemos, ¿no? Nuestros principales retos, como decía antes, es retos en temas de packaging, de biotecnología y de gestión de residuos. Entonces, por buscar así algún ejemplo concreto, en términos de packaging, por ejemplo, habréis visto, según algunas categorías de cosmética, habréis visto que, por ejemplo, para fondos de maquillaje, para cremas o Swan, que llamamos nosotros en L'Oréal, ha ido evolucionando el packaging y estamos, de alguna manera, también cambiando la percepción de nuestros consumidores hacia lo que es el refill, es decir, ser capaces de un mismo packaging que sirva en diferentes ocasiones. Lo único que tiene que hacer nuestro consumidor es ir cambiando el contenido, ¿no? Eso implica dos cosas. Implica, por un lado, tener soluciones innovadoras, haber sido capaces a través de, bueno, con startups, porque trabajamos mucho con startups, pero bueno, sobre todo con gente que a lo mejor viene a darnos, como decía Ana, soluciones que nosotros ni siquiera nos habíamos planteado, vienen a darnos soluciones técnicas para producir ese packaging que nos permita hacer el refill. Eso es lo primero, pero luego lo que necesitamos también es un cambio de mentalidad. Yo puedo poner un ejemplo, si me permitís un ejemplo sencillo y un poco burdo. Hace poco, en un Friends and Family que tenemos nosotros en la compañía, vendíamos unos botes de Kerastase, un refill de Kerastase, y regalábamos una botella de aluminio al lado para cada cada producto de Kerastase que se compraba, ¿no? Entonces la gente nos pedía para cada poché, que llamamos nosotros, para cada bolsa de plástico, nos pedía una botella de aluminio, que es en plan, no, el concepto no es ese, el concepto es que tengas una única botella y que puedas ir recargándola cada vez que lo vas perdiendo, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, pues eso, tenemos ejemplos como el del packaging, tenemos otros ejemplos y es, utilizamos la biotecnología para generar ingredientes bioidénticos a los de la naturaleza. Eso nos permite utilizar productos que son muy parecidos a los de la naturaleza, pero sin consumir recursos. Y luego, bueno, pues tenemos otros ejemplos de gestión de residuos, tanto en las fábricas como en las filiales, que es lo que os contaba antes, para evitar la destrucción de nuestros obsoletos.
Muchas gracias. Facundo.
Yes. Well, I would like to go through different parts of the supply chain. As I was saying, the inclusive recycling is a key pillar in some geographies, but even in developed markets, also there is an opportunity. Here, for example, in Spain, we have Renueva. Renueva, I don't know if you have been exposed, but it's an inclusive approach to avoid some of the plastics in our supply chain going into trash and impacting the quality for recycling. So Renueva we have created more than 100 positions in Spain with vulnerable populations that are working there. We have a kind of system that is collecting from corporations, in some institutional places where you can have volumes, and we put that into the recycling system. That is one model. In the case of Indonesia, we have been working for 15 years, creating the cooperatives, and that the social dimension implies also the leadership topics, because we cannot forget that this needs to have a renovation in terms of leadership in the cooperatives, organization. It's not a minor topic when we talk about this aspect. On the other side, we go to the other stream. The other stream is the design of packaging. In Evian, in France, we have a center fully dedicated to this, to accelerate all our innovation that is serving all the categories where we operate. No? Bottled water, yogurt, plant-based, baby food, all of these categories are operating in different formats with different materials, but in all of them we have seen a lot of evolution in terms of the conversation, with innovation coming from startups sometimes, but also from the big suppliers that are understanding the importance of the circular economy.
In Brazil, for example, we launched this year the Actimels, that is these small bottles with biomimicking in the structure nature. And this is helping us to reduce 10% of the plastic we use in those bottles. That is an example of quick wins through a different mindset. But also, we are working beyond plastics in the yogurt pots, moving to, for example, paper cups. We are still needing more innovation to go to full paper cup. We know we are still having a layer in plastics. And also, it's not easy to foster the circular economy. Even counterintuitive, we can say that the most efficient circular economy material is the plastic for the bottles of water, that is the PET, because there is a lot of volumes, and this is generating a critical mass that is developing the full supply chain to offer back to us recycled content. And last but not least, reusable containers. That is the big challenge we have, because trying to drive the reusable mindset, consumer behavioral change, also the reverse logistics, having the consumers pay maybe some deposits for the material to have them bringing back is a challenge. And we are doing at scale a project in France with the local EPR system, Extended Producer Responsibility Company, the CITEO, to create all the conditions for success. Because first you need to have the design, a product that is appealable for consumers, no? Adapted to the consumer moments of consumption and so on. But then you need to think about the reverse logistics, but also cleaning those, and then going back to the factories in a proper way to be refilled, and then going back to the system. And this supply chain is a different supply chain versus the single-use plastics one.
I know what you're talking about. Yeah, because I do reusable containers.
Wow,
so,
we can do a business
but not
after.
B2C. Yeah. So I feel the pain. Okay. So Anna, maybe a question for you. Which kind of relation do you have with companies, and what are you missing on? What do innovators need to drive circularity, in your opinion?
A ver, nosotros en el CIE, como os decía, creamos un ecosistema, con lo cual al final la relación con las compañías es muy estrecha. Tenemos todo tipo de relación con ellos. Hay compañías que nos ayudan a que las startups crezcan y que las startups entiendan el mercado muchas veces. Tenemos compañías que nos lanzan los retos, decir, oye, no sabemos qué hacer con este plástico, o no sabemos cómo circularizarnos, o no sabemos cómo afrontar este desafío que el mercado nos está retando, o incluso cómo enfrentarnos a la nueva legislación que viene, ¿no? Porque muchas veces oímos que en Europa ya se han aprobado reglamentos, que no sabemos cómo se van a articular en los países esas leyes, pero las empresas ya tienen que empezar a adelantarse. Bueno, pues nosotros ahí trabajamos con ellos, trabajamos con la administración pública, nosotros pertenecemos al Ayuntamiento de Madrid, con lo cual la relación con el Ayuntamiento, con la comunidad es muy estrecha, con el Ministerio también tenemos una relación bastante estrecha. Y bueno, pues ahí ayudamos y ellos nos ayudan también, o sea, dentro del ecosistema, porque además nuestra máxima no es creemos un ecosistema para nosotros tener relación con todos los agentes, sino creemos un ecosistema para que los agentes se puedan relacionar entre ellos, porque creemos que eso es fundamental. Y la segunda pregunta, ¿qué es lo que ellos están echando de menos, ¿no? Me decías, pues también lo que hablábamos, un marco regulatorio estable y que se sepa qué va a venir, por ejemplo, un marco regulatorio que sea claro. Hay muchas ayudas a las que las empresas, las pymes no pueden acceder porque son muy complicadas de solicitar, entonces no tienen medios, o dejan de hacer su actividad o hacen la actividad pero no pueden pedir la ayuda. Las grandes empresas a veces no pueden aplicar porque están destinadas a pymes y las startups, pues imagínate, les queda lejísimos poder solicitar esas ayudas, no tienen medios. Entonces muchas veces ahí ayudaría, oye, adaptemos, que haya conversaciones entre las administraciones, las empresas, las startups, los ciudadanos. Y eso, por ejemplo, es una barrera. Lo que hablábamos del cambio de mentalidad también es una barrera. Necesitamos formación a los trabajadores. Si una compañía no entiende o sus trabajadores no entienden los beneficios de la economía circular, ¿cómo van a afrontar el esfuerzo de hacer un cambio tan grande dentro de su compañía si no saben qué beneficios les va a traer, si no saben el porqué de ese cambio? Y luego, bueno, pues también necesitamos que esas relaciones ocurran. O sea, yo creo que al final, si tú también has formado a tus trabajadores y además les estás pidiendo que sean innovadores, que formen parte del cambio, a lo mejor tampoco tienes que irte tan lejos a buscar soluciones. A lo mejor a tus propios trabajadores se les ocurren esas innovaciones y simplemente necesitan pues, un poco de apoyo de la empresa, un poco de formación, entender qué está pasando. Entonces, quizá eso, el tener el conocimiento, el tener el ecosistema creado, y yo creo que eso es fundamental, y un marco regulatorio que también impulse que esas cosas pasen.
Claro, muchas gracias. Javier, let's talk about the role of consumers. About the role that they play and what response are you getting from consumers, and how do you think we can encourage, or a company like yours can encourage consumption of products that follow, let's say, a circular model?
Bueno, diría el walk the talk, pero bueno, o sea, es verdad, es un poco lo que he dicho.
Another panel, ¿no?
Es un poco, es justo lo que decía antes, o sea, yo creo que las compañías o las corporaciones estamos trabajando en sostenibilidad, vinculando, por supuesto, la innovación a la sostenibilidad, pero de nada sirve, lo acaba de mencionar Ana, o sea, de nada sirve que haya mucha gente pensando, pero que luego la corporación en sí no haya un cambio de mindset, esa es la primera, y de nada sirve que tú estés trabajando para hacer productos más sostenibles o dar soluciones más sostenibles si no eres capaz de convencer a tu consumidor para que el consumidor entienda que esto es necesario para él y para el planeta. Lo decía antes, mencionaba el caso de Kerastase, ¿no? O sea, no es el caso de Kerastase, el caso de esta persona que compraba Kerastase. Quiero decir, esa persona claramente no entiende lo que es un refill. Entonces, nosotros tenemos tenemos un poco el deber, por así decirlo, de explicarle por qué es bueno un refill y qué puede ser de bueno para el planeta. De hecho, hablando con Facundo esta mañana, Facundo y yo tenemos posiciones diferentes, vamos a decir. Él es headquarter, entonces hay mucha reflexión y mucho trabajo de economía circular en el headquarter, también pasa para L'Oréal, en todo lo que es desde la formulación, el packaging y la gestión y el desarrollo de un producto, pero eso pasa más en París, en mi caso. Pero luego nosotros como filial tenemos otro tipo de retos, y el reto dentro de la sostenibilidad de una filial como la de L'Oréal en España y Portugal no es tanto la creación de productos sostenibles que ya nos vienen, no quiero decir impuestos, pero que nos vienen marcados en un frame desde internacional, sino más bien el convencer a nuestro consumidor de que ese refill es bueno para él y para el planeta, de que el ser capaces de cambiar simplemente la cápsula del Swan es bueno y guardar el resto del packaging es bueno porque estás ahorrando un 30 y tantos % del plástico en el packaging que estás guardando. O sea, necesitamos de alguna manera convencer. Pero pasa, recuerdo lo que ha dicho antes Ana, pasa primero por convencernos nosotros. No es solo a nivel Mancom, no es solo a nivel grandes jefes, por así decirlo, sino primero hay un cambio de la compañía, y una vez que la compañía haya hecho esa evolución en cambio, o sea, un cambio de mindset, podremos convencer a nuestros consumidores. Súper importante, sin ellos no hacemos nada.
Perfecto. Muchas gracias. Facundo, you want to comment on this, on consumers, role of consumers?
The question is for you, Irene, because you are working on this. But this is the challenge, you know? The problem is exactly that. How to make consumers be onboarded in a new way of consumption. And that is a big topic. It's big because it's not only changing the how, it's also the cost associated. Because ideally, they want to pay the same. And there is a different cost for all what we want to do.
Of course, also my consumers, because mine are not people, are not final consumers, but are corporates, are companies. But also corporates want to pay the same, actually.
The consumer also.
No, at the end, everything is...
Final consumer also. No.
The final consumer...
They want to pay the same.
Yes.
Exactly. So at the end, they are not going to pay more. For example, here we have Lanjarón, is 100% recycled content. And we have also Fonbella in the same journey. Having 100%, do you think for the consumers are going to be, no, I want to pay more because Lanjarón is the most sustainable bottled water brand?
So it's a matter of price.
It's at the end, they are comparing on shelf all the other brands. And unfortunately, in this moment of truth, we don't have a premium. We are not having an incentive as companies engage, as Danone is engaged on this circular economy to drive it forward. So we do it because we believe that first. And that is a very important mindset because we believe that there is a convergence of the system that is going to arrive, and we are going to be the most efficient doing that in the long run because we are getting traction, all the supply chain articulated. So we are going to be there for the consumers to continue offering the best product in a circular economic way.
But this implies also the system change from the regulation I was mentioning. Because if we have the regulation leveling the playing field, it's going to facilitate the life of everyone, and it's going to help consumers to have more alternative products in circular economy mindset. This is the core. Then we have a lot of misunderstanding about what are the footprints of the packaging. And this is education. And here we need to work to embark consumers in the real circular economy life that is implying, for example, understanding not only the issue of plastics in nature, also the carbon footprint, because some alternatives are not good at all for the decarbonization of the economy. When we talk about other dimensions, also we need to think, I was mentioning paper cups, deforestation free. What is the land use that we are implying with that? That is also a challenge for nature. In other ways, if we are using reusable containers and we need to clean, we are talking about using more water in the system. In some places, we have already a tension in the use of water. So, moving the consumer from just an installed concern to a comprehensive approach, understanding the full dimensions that are behind each moment of consumption is a huge challenge.
Thank you so much. So we have just 5 minutes left now, so I would like to ask you maybe the final question, starting from you, because with you we can't talk really about consumers. So maybe the final question also to close a little bit. So here we are in an event full of stakeholders of all kinds, so startups, large corporations, all type of sectors, investors as well, a third sector. What kind of alliances do we need and how can we face them? So what is the missing point for the circular economy to become an everyday economy, in your opinion? Money, resources, knowledge, law. We talked about a lot of this. There is a mixture, and I think that sometimes, or very often, is a little bit of everything, because you talked about ecosystems or converging money and other of course, aspects. But what's your opinion?
A ver, el tipo de relación y de alianzas, o sea, yo creo que deben ser conversaciones mucho más frecuentes y mucho más profundas. Porque decíamos, al final es un cambio de mentalidad y eso no lo consigues de un día para otro. Entonces, yo creo que las startups necesitan a las grandes corporaciones porque son las que les van a proveer de recursos, las que les van a abrir el mercado al final. Pero las grandes corporaciones necesitan a las startups porque si no tienes una startup, lo que decíamos, ya a lo mejor se está creando la solución a un reto que tú todavía ni te has planteado, con lo cual te va a ahorrar muchísimo tiempo a la hora de circularizarte y te va a dar muchísimas más opciones tecnológicas o no tecnológicas, de ideas, de procesos, de materiales, de investigación en nuevos materiales, que tu empresa se puede beneficiar. Por otro lado, necesitamos que haya conversaciones, lo que decíamos, también con los gobiernos. Los agentes reguladores tienen que saber qué está pasando, tienen que saber qué necesitan las empresas, a qué retos se están enfrentando las empresas. Muchas veces hacen legislaciones que en el papel están muy bien, porque el papel lo aguanta todo, pero luego a la hora de la realidad, pues a lo mejor si hubieran hablado con las empresas, con las startups, con lo que le preocupa a los ciudadanos, llegaríamos mucho más rápido a la legislación final y mucho más efectivas. También lo que hablábamos de las necesidades de ayudas, de las necesidades de que la innovación esté presente y que se fomente y que haya un incentivo. Si tú desde una administración pública estás incentivando la economía circular en la contratación pública, ya la estás impulsando muchísimo. Entonces nosotros creemos que de verdad es necesario que haya más conversaciones, que haya más centros o más espacios donde pueda haber relación y donde pueda haber una relación de tú a tú entre todos los agentes. Luego también es muy importante meter a la academia, a los colegios, a las universidades. Si yo no tengo gente formada para lo que viene y los procesos que yo voy a tener que cambiar, muy difícilmente los voy a poder llevar a cabo. Entonces nosotros ahí sí que creemos que es fundamental y de hecho nosotros lo promovemos mucho tanto en todos nuestros programas, donde siempre intentamos juntar a todos los agentes y dar ese espacio de conocimiento. Y luego lo que está faltando quizá es eso, los nodos de conocimiento, que el conocimiento se comparta. Venimos de una economía donde si yo le digo al de al lado lo que estoy haciendo, que lo estábamos antes hablando, a lo mejor lo ven, cogen la idea y la aplican antes que yo. Bueno, yo creo que con la economía circular eso está cambiando. Al ser necesarias las relaciones, pues yo creo que compartir el conocimiento al final es bueno para todos. Y si tú me cuentas lo que haces y yo sé lo que haces tú y te cuento lo que hago yo, van a surgir nuevas ideas, nuevas formas de hacer, nuevas alianzas. Que suena muy tópico, pero está pasando. O sea, nosotros en el CIEC tenemos programas donde tenemos a 6 empresas de construcción hablando de nuevas soluciones. Y uno está implementando una mejora en logística en términos de economía circular, otra en materiales, pero a lo mejor el día de mañana cambian los papeles y uno llama, oye, ¿tú cómo has afrontado esto? Porque al final es un cambio de mentalidad y es un cambio de sistema. Entonces, o vamos de la mano o no vamos, ¿no?
Thank you very much. Would you like to briefly comment on this too before? Yeah.
Importante, al hilo de lo que está diciendo Ana, ser capaces de adaptar nuestro lenguaje. Es decir, el foro puede existir, el foro donde lleguen grandes corporaciones, startups, y empiecen a hablar de las ideas y las necesidades, pero luego, si no eres capaz de adaptar el lenguaje, cuando digo adaptar el lenguaje es simplificar los procesos. Nosotros, por ejemplo, acabamos de lanzar una plataforma para, de alguna manera, dar foro a todas las startups, se llama Better Beauty Innovation. Aquí hago publicidad de ella para que las startups vengan con los retos que nosotros hemos puesto, vengan a contarnos soluciones, pero ahí necesitas que no le puedes pedir a esa startup lo que le pedirías a otra corporación, porque la misma persona que te está dando la solución es la misma persona que está gestionando su propia compañía, entonces terminas acabando con él. Necesitas de alguna manera reducir la carga de trabajo y hablar siempre del mismo mensaje para que todo el mundo pueda de alguna manera llegar al mismo puerto.
Gracias. Last remarks?
Yes. Bueno, lo que necesitamos, iba a decirlo en español, es más de esto. Más de pre-competitive entre empresas y más público-privado. To close the gap. Más conversaciones como esta que pasen en Gap in Between, porque esto es lo que está faltando. Muchas veces se cuestiona la conversación. Lo dijo Ana, hay falta de conversación. Porque la conversación alinea los objetivos y alinea los esfuerzos financieros también atrás de esto. Este ecosistema es lo que necesitamos. Un ecosistema de innovación, de mecanismos innovadores de financiación y de actores que hagan el pool, que sean los off-takers de esta nueva economía. Porque nosotros no queremos comprar más plástico, queremos comprar más reciclado de plástico. No queremos comprar más leche. Queremos comprar leche de bajo carbono. No queremos comprar más almendras. Queremos almendras que hayan sido producidas con agua de lluvia para evitar el estrés hídrico en las zonas donde se produce. Es un cambio de mindset que solo se va a lograr con ecosistemas que trabajen conjuntos. Y esto que estamos acá es un buen comienzo.
Bueno, perfecto. Muchas gracias. So it's time to close now. Thank you very much, our guests. It has been really interesting panel. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you enjoyed the panel too, and I wish you a very nice afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Muy interesante. Y es verdad que para poder avanzar en la innovación no solo es con la tecnología, sino también conectando ideas y encontrando dónde están los missing links. Creo que eso es muy importante y esas son las personas, las que traen las ideas y, como has mencionado, un cambio de mentalidad que sea propositivo para el futuro. Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. So the next fireside chat, we have We have fireside chat number 4 with Ana Marshall, our moderator. She is CEO of Fundación Alex Rivera. Fundación Alex Rivera is it's a foundation that is creating innovative solutions for adults and propelling the livelihood of adults with Down syndrome. So please welcome Ana. Thank you for being here. Yes. And Jesús Hernández-Galán, Accessibility and Innovation Director of Fundación 11. Thank you so much for this fireside chat.
Good afternoon. For those, as Maria Patricia said, Fundación Alex Rivera generates innovative solutions for adults with Down syndrome and other disabilities to improve their quality of lives. But today I have the honor to interview a leading figure in innovation and social impact. The interview is going to be in Spanish, so I'll switch to Spanish. But tengo el gran placer de dar la bienvenida a Jesús Hernández-Galán. Es un verdadero referente en temas de innovación y de impacto social. De hecho, hace menos de una semana, yo creo, Jesús, le dieron el Premio Nacional de Innovación de la mano del Ministerio de Ciencias e Innovación, con lo cual es un gran honor tenerte con nosotros. Bienvenido, Jesús. Ay, no te oímos. Espera, ¿no? Ay. Un momentito, Jesús, que no te oímos. ¿Un problema técnico? Espera un momentito. ¿Problemas del directo? Bueno, mientras tanto voy a presentar a Jesús. Como él no puede hablar, pero yo sí os lo presento, ¿vale? Jesús, como he dicho, acaba de recibir el Premio Nacional de Innovación 2024, pero es director de Accesibilidad e Innovación de la Fundación 11. Es el director del Centro Europeo de Accesibilidad de la Comisión Europea. Es doctor ingeniero por la Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. Y bueno, además tiene una larga trayectoria en consejos de administración, patronatos, además de numerosos premios y reconocimientos como el que acabo de nombrar. A ver si tenemos suerte.
No sé si funciona ya, ¿se me oye?
Sí, ya te oímos.
Genial, muchísimas gracias.
Jesús, bienvenido.
Ana, decía antes que para mí es todo un honor poder participar este año otra vez en Gap in Between, que me hubiera encantado estar con todos vosotros allí en Valencia, que este año ha sido imposible, la agenda está frenética. De hecho, esta tarde tengo que entregar un premio en la Bienal Iberoamericana de Diseño en DIMAD, en Matadero, en Madrid, con lo cual me era imposible estar allí. Y decía que el año pasado disfruté muchísimo, no solo de la actividad enriquecedora de Gap in Between, sino también de la localización, que no tiene competidor estar allí en la Marina, ¿no? Con lo cual me parece que es fantástico, maravilloso, y me estoy perdiendo una gran experiencia.
Bueno, pues te digo que hace mejor tiempo aquí que en Madrid, ¿eh? Pero bueno, ahí lo dejo. Vamos a empezar y poner en contexto, Jesús. Cuéntanos un poco qué actividades estáis haciendo en la Fundación 11 en innovación con mayor impacto social en la comunidad y qué papel juega la tecnología en estas iniciativas.
Mira, nosotros estamos utilizando una doble estrategia en innovación. Una primera estrategia de intraemprendimiento. Estamos levantando problemas, analizando problemas a través del Consejo Asesor de Accesibilidad, en el que están presentes todas las entidades de las personas con discapacidad en nuestro país, además de las personas mayores. Para nosotros es fundamental conocer los problemas reales de primera mano, de la mano de los usuarios, y tenemos un equipo de en torno a 50 personas, de expertos en accesibilidad en diferentes materias, porque tenemos expertos en diferentes ingenierías, en arquitectura, en turismo, en economía, en periodismo. O sea que tenemos un pool de expertos bastante diverso. En tecnología tenemos un número importante de expertos, ingenieros en telecomunicaciones, ingenieros informáticos, desarrolladores, expertos en user experience, diseñadores gráficos, expertos en videojuegos. O sea que sí que contamos con, como digo, con un pool de profesionales que además muchos de nosotros tenemos algún tipo de discapacidad, con lo cual somos usuarios, somos expertos en accesibilidad y además somos expertos en tecnología en muchos casos, ¿no? En nuestras disciplinas correspondientes. En el ámbito de la innovación e investigación, porque también estamos haciendo investigación hasta unos TRLs en torno a 6, 7. En algunos casos tenemos que hacer grandes esfuerzos para traccionar y llegar a TRL 9. TRL 9, para aquellos que no lo conozcan, es aquel grado de madurez de la investigación o del producto final, que ya te lo puedes comprar directamente en el mercado, puedes ir a la tienda, es un producto que está implantado y puedes pagar por él, ¿no? Pero en ese sentido sí decir que utilizamos alguna estrategia a través del Ministerio de Ciencia e Innovación, como es una agrupación de interés económico, para poder darle rigor a nuestras investigaciones, y ahí estamos desarrollando proyectos tan diversos como puede ser robótica asistencial, como puede ser diseño de mapas de accesibilidad basados en inteligencia artificial, proyectos de Smart City para conectar a personas con discapacidad, especialmente discapacidad sensorial, personas ciegas o personas con problemas auditivos, así como personas con discapacidad intelectual, para poder conectar lo que está ocurriendo en la ciudad a través de wearables que pueden llevar estas personas, o una plataforma de videoconferencia completamente accesible. Esta es la estrategia que estamos utilizando de innovación a través del intraemprendimiento, pero también colaboramos con emprendedores externos, startups que están desarrollando soluciones que nos parecen realmente interesantes. Nuestra estrategia de trabajo con estas startups a través de un proceso de crecimiento, en principio lo llamamos, o al principio lo llamamos de aceleración, pero ahora preferimos que sean de crecimiento, en las que analizamos el grado de madurez y la situación en la que se encuentra el proyecto. El equipo nos preocupa muchísimo, que sea un equipo que tenga experiencia, un equipo cohesionado, un equipo que ya haya tenido pues algún fracaso en su vida y algún acierto en su vida, porque también son importantes personas que hayan tenido éxito profesional y que estén en un grado o en un momento en el que quieran devolver a la sociedad lo que han tenido hasta este momento a través de desarrollo de proyectos de innovación con impacto social. Me refiero a devolver a la sociedad no significa que lo hagan de forma gratuita, porque para nosotros es importante también que estos proyectos tengan un modelo de negocio para poderlos sostenibilizar, que sean sostenibles en el tiempo, porque si no tienen un modelo de negocio, probablemente en un futuro próximo acabarán muriendo y no podrán avanzar y permanecer en el tiempo, ¿no? También colaboramos con entidades externas, pero básicamente estas son nuestras dos grandes estrategias en materia de innovación. Innovación interna, innovación ayudando e impulsando a otros. En cuanto a los emprendedores, aparte de ayudarles en ese proceso de crecimiento, en algunos casos también compramos algún piloto. Nosotros validamos el producto o el servicio, y si internamente podemos o tenemos necesidad de ese producto o ese servicio, lo podemos comprar un piloto que entendemos que es la mejor forma de invertir en el emprendedor, invirtiendo a través de comprarles. El mejor inversor para un emprendedor es el cliente, siempre, sin duda alguna, porque no solo valida el producto, sino que te inyecta dinero en la compañía sin pedirte nada a cambio, lo cual somos unos clientes que además ponemos en riesgo nuestra propia marca, porque el producto puede funcionar o no puede funcionar, ¿no? Con lo cual somos muy cuidadosos con la selección del emprendedor y qué tipo de productos compramos.
Fenomenal, fenomenal. Pues tenemos un buen número aquí de empresas muy interesantes, de startups como las que conociste el año pasado. Quiero volver a un punto, cuando has comentado el equipo que tenéis dentro, y para los que no habéis tenido la oportunidad de conocer la Fundación 11, en ese equipo de innovación que tienes, a mí se me quedó clavado, porque tienes entre un grupo de astrofísicos, o sea, tienes gente de astrofísicos, tienes ingenieros de todo tipo, luego tienes robots que van por ahí, o sea, es verdaderamente impresionante lo que hacéis, y luego a nivel de cómo adaptáis toda esa tecnología a todas las capacidades sensoriales y a todas las necesidades que pueda tener la sociedad de forma amplia. Has hablado un poco de startups y de organizaciones, cómo maximizáis ese alcance de vuestros programas de innovación social. Antes de preguntarte sobre retos y desafíos, ¿quieres decirme algo más sobre esta colaboración que tenéis con otras organizaciones y otras startups?
Bueno, nosotros, si quieres, nos vamos metiendo ya en el reto, porque la colaboración que hacemos con las startups, básicamente nosotros firmamos un convenio de colaboración. Como te decía, no entramos en el equity, nosotros no invertimos en el capital de la compañía. Lo que sí les pedimos, y yo creo que es algo bastante generoso por nuestra parte, es que cuando una startup llegue al break-even, empieza a tener beneficios, que done un 5% del beneficio, no de la facturación, sino del beneficio, a un proyecto en el que nosotros macheamos con la misma cantidad, con esa misma cantidad resultante de ese 5% de de beneficio para hacer un proyecto conjunto que sea de interés mutuo, interés de la startup y un interés de la propia fundación, que esté alineado con con nuestro propósito. En definitiva, lo que estamos haciendo es no solo colaborar con la compañía para que tenga un impacto social en la sociedad a través de su producto o servicio, sino que también estamos inyectando esa responsabilidad social corporativa dentro de la startup para que devuelva un porcentaje a través de proyectos conjuntos a la sociedad. Nosotros no cobramos, como te decía, no nos quedamos con equity, no obligamos a nada al emprendedor o a la compañía, sino tan solo a este 5% que me parece que es una cantidad tanto simbólica, ¿no? Y en cuanto a los retos, me preguntabas por retos. El gran reto, sobre todo en la innovación interna del intraemprendimiento, es poner en mercado el resultado de la innovación. Nosotros somos investigadores, somos innovadores, somos expertos en accesibilidad. Sí es cierto que tenemos un grupo empresarial y unión bastante potente, pero que no opera en todos los sectores en los que estamos desarrollando nosotros innovación, con lo cual el dar ese salto, el traccionar o de un TRL7, como comentaba antes, al 9 o del 9 al mercado, necesitamos cooperar con entidades terceras. Como te decía, nosotros siempre hemos introducido al usuario a través de procesos de design thinking desde el principio, pero también como reto tenemos incorporar desde el principio a posibles partners que puedan en un futuro ser ese brazo comercial, ese brazo ejecutor, ese brazo herramienta que nos permita llevar a mercado todo el resultado de nuestra innovación. Porque esto siempre hemos criticado muchísimo a nuestras universidades, esa lejanía entre la empresa y la universidad, la investigación, cuya máxima aspiración es la de llegar a un paper publicado en una revista de impacto, pero que realmente sea el usuario, el cliente, el que lo pueda utilizar y comprar. Para nosotros es todo un reto y estamos en ese proceso.
Excelente, excelente. Una de las últimas preguntas que quería hacerte es, en general, ¿cómo ves el ecosistema de la innovación con impacto social en nuestro país? Y en Europa, por cierto, perdona, y en Europa porque ahora estás empezando a tener una visión muy clara también de lo que pasa en Europa.
Bueno, en Europa sí, la verdad es que si me permite lo voy a contar. La Comisión Europea nos contrató en el año 2002, a finales del 2022, perdón, la gestión del Centro Europeo de Accesibilidad. La Comisión Europea se había comprometido a través de la Estrategia de Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad Europeo a la creación de este centro, lo sacó a un concurso, a una licitación pública. Nos presentamos como Fundación 11 liderando un consorcio formado por otros 4 socios, por 5 socios en total, y fuimos los ganadores de los adjudicatarios de este contrato por parte de la Comisión. Ahora mismo tenemos expertos en los 27 países, contamos con un pool de 34 expertos, más allá de todos los expertos y profesionales que pertenecen a los 5 miembros del consorcio, con lo cual estamos gestionando un equipo de en torno a unas 50 personas, que sin duda alguna es pequeño, es un equipo pequeño para gestionar el centro de conocimiento de la accesibilidad a nivel europeo, pero que es muy importante y creo que se debe saber que nuestro país, que España está liderando, está a la cabeza, a la vanguardia de la accesibilidad, no solo a nivel europeo, sino también a nivel mundial. Y me preguntabas por el ecosistema, ¿cómo veo el ecosistema? Yo creo que el ecosistema cada vez está más consolidado. Ahora sí que estamos viendo un ecosistema de verdad con diferentes agentes, con diferentes actores que están interactuando entre ellos. Antes eran iniciativas pequeñas, en muchos casos mal interconectadas, pero yo creo que poco a poco sí que se está consolidando ese ecosistema en el que tenemos aceleradoras, tenemos emprendedores que cada vez están generando más impacto, tenemos fondos de inversión, vamos cohesionando este ecosistema para que genere ese impacto de verdad, ¿no? No sabría decirte si a nivel europeo estamos por encima o en la media, pero sí es cierto que empezamos a tener empezamos a ser foco y atractor como país del impacto social. De hecho, a finales de noviembre va a haber en Bilbao un gran evento organizado por Impact Europe y que se va a hablar de inversión de impacto y de impacto en general en nuestro país, ¿no? Con lo cual yo creo que sí que empezamos a ser referente, salvando o pudiendo decir que la ONCE y su grupo social pueden ser el agente más importante a nivel mundial trabajando desde las personas con discapacidad para las personas con discapacidad. Es decir, estamos generando un impacto de verdad y somos, yo creo que más grandes que un unicornio, ¿no? Una compañía, una organización que tiene más de 70.000 trabajadores y que tiene una facturación de en torno a 4.000 millones de euros anuales, estamos hablando de una gran corporación a nivel mundial sin una entidad que nos pueda hacer competencia en ningún país del mundo, por lo menos que conozcamos, ¿no?
Desde luego. Bueno, Jesús, ya hemos llegado al final de nuestro ratito contigo. Muchísimas gracias por acompañarnos. Te vemos al año que viene. Enhorabuena de nuevo por ese premio tan merecido y hasta pronto. Que pases una buena tarde.
Muchísimas gracias, Ana, de verdad, y muchísimas gracias a Gaby.
Gracias, Ana. Muchísimas gracias. No te preocupes. Muchas gracias y muchas gracias a Jesús. Bueno, ya se nos fue. Y ahora, well, sorry about that. We're going to continue in English as it's scheduled. We'll continue with panel number 6, driving social advancement through business engagement. And in this panel, we will examine the critical role corporate policies and responsibilities play in addressing social inequalities and promoting ethical business management. We will bring together corporations, investors, entrepreneurs to share successful strategies to fostering inclusion, diversity, and sustainability with their organizations and their communities. Please welcome to the stage our moderator, Alberto Gutierrez, CEO and co-founder of Aquaservice. Welcome, Alberto. Thank you for being here and joining us today. Next, we have our first speaker, André Pont, International Programs European Lead from PepsiCo Foundations. I hope I said it right. I said your name right, André. Thank you so much. Belén Viloria, Executive Director from B Lab Spain. Thank you, Belén, for being here. And Rodrigo Villar, Founding Partner of New Ventures. Welcome, Rodrigo. Thank you for being here. Okay, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you so much for being here today in this beautiful place here in the Marina of Valencia at Sesame. Before I introduce the panel, I would like to do a little reflection and what's the objective of this discussion, right? And in today's world, companies not only have the ability, but also the responsibility to positively influence society through practices that promote internal and external inclusion, diversity, and promotion of human rights and sustainability. However, despite progress, social inclusion and equity remain persistent and deeply rooted challenges. This panel will try to examine how different actors, from corporations to investors and entrepreneurs, can address these challenges, share successful experiences, and define effective strategies to scale solutions. We have a very diverse, broad representation from many different actors. Andrea, who represents PepsiCo, a very large organization. Belén, who represents a platform, which is B Corp, and actually has a representation of both startups and large corporations. And Rodrigo, who's an enabler as an investor in social impact organizations. So let me now properly introduce the three of them, starting with Andrea. Andrea Pont is the PepsiCo Foundation lead for Europe. In her role, she focuses on advancing PepsiCo's mission to support and improve the well-being of communities where the company operates. Andrea has been instrumental in championing initiatives such as SEED, which stands for Sustainability, Entrepreneurship, and Economic Development in programs like in the Ukraine, which supports a small agribusiness by providing training, mentorship, and grants to promising agricultural entrepreneurs. Her work emphasizes sustainability, innovation, social impact, particularly in regions facing economic and social challenges. Thank you, Andrea, for being here. Next to Andrea, we have Belén Viloria. Belén is leading the new chapter of B Corp Management as Executive Director of B Corp Movement and B Lab Spain. She has a solid and recognized experience in large companies and large global movements, expertise in social innovation and creation of communities of the value and change. She's a prominent TED collaborating and innovative project between TED and Skoll, and one of the 24 worldwide TEDx ambassadors. A climate reality leader of the Climate Reality Project led by Al Gore, member of the advisory board of the AEICE, Efficient Habitat, and the advisory board of the Tramontana Institute. She's also a jury member of the Princess of Girona Foundation Awards. Welcome, welcome, Belén. And then finally, we have Rodrigo, who is the founding partner of New Ventures Group, the leading impact investment organization across Latin America. Rodrigo is also the founder of Adobe Capital, New Ventures Capital, Vihuala, Las Páginas Verdes de EcoFest, and the Latin American Impact Investment Forum. Rodrigo is the chair of the Mexico Impact Investing Alliance and serves the board of trustees at the Global Steering Group for Impact Investment. Rodrigo received his MBA degree from the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology and a Bachelor in Accounting and Finance from El Tecnológico de Monterrey. So thank you so much for being here. I'm Alberto Gutierrez, and I'm just the co-founder and CEO of Aquaservice. So let's get started, and maybe Andrea, you can start with your experience with the PepsiCo Foundation, and I think it would be interesting to know what strategies are you implemented, or can they implement to transition from traditional philanthropy to innovative philanthropy. And also, it would be very interesting if you can provide us some examples that illustrate the effectiveness of this innovative approach.
Absolutely, and thank you, Alberto. So as you mentioned, the PepsiCo Foundation works in those communities where we live and work. And we, as the philanthropic arm of the company, we invest in NGOs to create programs that are meaningful, that provide equal access to food security, water access, and economic opportunity. So we create long, leading, and lasting programs that can really be sustainable in the long term. With that said, traditional philanthropy would probably only assess the societal need. No? With innovative philanthropy, we find that we cannot be alone in this space. So there are three things that for us are important for innovative philanthropy. One of them is that outside there's a big ecosystem. So we have a big ecosystem that we can connect with and find programs that can have a better impact by connecting with this larger ecosystem. Then secondly, will be the internal stakeholders that we have and the internal programs that we can have at the foundation. And for that, we have what we call a shared value approach. Basically, a shared value approach is finding the societal need, so the communities that need it the most vulnerable communities, those ones are the ones that we're going. Second, the business opportunity. So let's say we find in our supply chain that there's a crop that can be improved through regenerative agriculture that could end up in one of our products, like Quaker, for instance. So that would be a business opportunity that we could look at when thinking about this new innovative approach. And then, obviously, the corporate assets and expertise would be part of this internal strategy as well. No? So let's see if we have an agro expert within the company that can support the transition of regenerative agriculture of a farmer, let's say. No? So let's leverage all the experts that we have within the company to really boost those programs. And finally, the third piece for us for innovative philanthropy would be long-term, sustainable, and scalable projects. That means not giving the fishermen the fish. That means training them, providing them all resources to have a resilient, afterwards, farmer that can deal, with their own issues by themselves. And with these three different pillars that we tackle on, I would like to mention a very good example of a program that I recently visited in Villahermosa, in Mexico. And it's a program that supports smallholder farmers. The way we started working on this program was looking at the southeast region of Mexico and looking at crops that were affected, obviously, by climate change, that were coming from vulnerable communities, and that could have a connection with our products in PepsiCo Mexico as well, no? And we found in the region of Chiapas and Tabasco and Villahermosa, we found that plantain and cacao could be, crops that could be highly interesting for us and for the communities. So with this program that it's called Agrovita, we started supporting smallholder farmers in this region, more than 1,000 farmers currently that we are supporting, and we are helping them transition to regenerative agriculture. We are helping them being more organized. I recently visited Gustavo and Ramiro that have a plantation and that recently created a unit where they can not only produce the plantain itself, but also produce it so that it can go straight to the supermarket. And guess what? We have a great product that is called Nacho Chips in PepsiCo Mexico that is coming from these farmers, Gustavo and Ramiro, that are working on this particular program. So for us, this is a good example of what would be a societal need, region of Chiapas and Villahermosa, that needs support to the farmers to transition to Regen Agri, to transition to a better business via funding. We have the business opportunity that is Nacho Chips, our product, and also supporting the farmer and the farmer willing to sell their plantain to PepsiCo, because obviously this is their decision. And then finally, we see corporate assets and expertise, because we see that our agro team is supporting in this particular program. And I could see witness firsthand, the real impact that we can get to one of these 1,000 farmers that we are supporting. And it's really incredible. The way they talk to the plants, the way they treat the plants as they are their sons, and the way they feel proud of having these Nacho Chips products as their own product, because it's obviously they got the plantain out of it, no? So this is a good example that I can think of.
Very good, thank you so much, Andrea. I love the long-term approach, right? And how the corporation also benefits from this long-term relationship, and it's having the cow instead of the milk, then you can have the milk constantly. So beautiful. Belen, let's switch a little bit, but let's talk about B Corp and how is your organization evolving to move beyond traditional social inclusion, incorporating innovative approaches that integrate diversity, equity, and sustainability into your business strategy. And also, if you want to add anything about B Corp itself and the movement, I think it's extremely interesting. As as a CEO of a large corporation, it's something that, in our case, is extremely interesting. So please, I'm sure everybody would love to hear that.
Thank you, Alberto. So, right, I mean, when we are talking about diversity, social inclusion, or sustainability, there are not separated concepts. For us, actually, for the B Corp movement, is an integrated strategy, and it should be part of the DNA of each company. And if we add this long-term process and this long-term vision, this is what the B Corp movement represents, actually. So it's a bunch of companies, actually, in Spain, almost 300. We expect to finish the year already with 300 companies in different fields, more than 65 fields in Spain and more than 9,000 companies in the world and more than 1,067 fields. So we are talking about any kind of sector, actually, apart from, of course, the ones that are not legitimate for us, like armament or this kind of pornography, of course, and this kind of fields. But let's say that we are representing every kind of sector. So the most important thing of this B Corp movement and the B Corp companies is that they integrate all the areas of the good sustainability, let's say, because when we are talking about sustainability right now, it's like a confusing concept nowadays. So there are people that is confusing this with the greenwashing, just the environmental impact. But when we are talking sustainability, is the long term, financially, socially, environmentally, and we are talking also about transparency and governance. So these 5 areas, we are talking about all of them, and all these companies should fulfill, and it's not a question of reporting, it's a question of performance. So they have to fulfill their requirements in more than 200 key indicators, and in all these areas. But it's not only this, it's that all these companies are committed with the long term and in a process of continuing improvement, which is no easy, because the kind of transformations that they should have and they should develop to become a B Corp is one phase. But afterwards, they are committing to improve every day, and every 3 years they have to recertificate. So that means that they are in a continuous improvement movement, let's say, which is great. But not only this. For me, another requirement that they need to fulfill is, this is the real one that shows the real commitment that they have with the society and with the future, with the present and with the future, is that they have to have, at the same time and at the same level, within the first article of the institutes, not only the financial shareholders, but together with them and at the same level, the employees, the clients, the communities where they are working with, and of course the environment. So if you have this kind of, imagine a board that has to make this decision to put this in the first article and to make and to put at the same level all these stakeholders together with the shareholders, this is a real commitment. So this is what a B Corp is. Probably you know more. I mean, we had some examples here. We had Capsa Foods, it's a B Corp. This morning we have also Danone. It has been just previously here. It's a B Corp too. So we are talking about food field, but we have some others. For instance, in Valencia, we've been talking about this with Alberto. After Barcelona and Madrid, Valencia actually is the 3rd area where we have more B Corps than others in Spain. So Valencia is absolutely quite active. Naria, we've been talking about Naria, and Naria is a B Corp, for instance, in the tech field. So we have a lot of examples, fortunately. But as I said, I mean, for me, I'm really fortunate, and I feel really fortunate and lucky to work with the best leaders. We say not the best leaders of the world or the best companies of the world, it's the best leaders and the best companies for the world, for the people. And this is I think that the point of value of these high standards, but it's more than this. As I said, this is just a window. It's a way of thinking and of doing things in a different way. And it's the real proof that when we say that a financial, I call this the magical formula, is the financial benefits plus a positive social impact and a regenerative impact is possible. And B Corp the B Corp movement and the B Corp companies are really proving that this is possible. So in Spain, actually, and everywhere, when we are talking about social impact specifically, actually in the past, this is something that I heard also in the panel of the finance guys that were there with Raúl Sánchez from the FIS that is there, this new investment, public investment that we have in Spain, these 400 millions that we have the fortune to have here in Spain for investment. And he explained, and I agree with him, that the social responsibility from the past, that for us, sorry about that, but for us this is like the 13th century for us. So the social, when we are talking about social responsibility, is just a vertical. It's just to put the effort, that is better than nothing, of course, to put the effort in a specific project in a specific time. But when we are talking sustainability and social impact, it should be, as Andrea said, a long-term commitment and absolutely integrated into the strategy of the company at the first level. If it is not at the first level and integrated at the same level of the finance and together with the climate or environment, it is not working for the long term. It's going to be just for the short term. That's nice. That's better than nothing. But we need to have an integrated view and vision. And the better and the beauty of this way of working is that it's exponential. It's something that is something exponential when you are working in all these 5 areas to make things happen. And that is possible. We will talk afterwards about some examples too.
Thank you, Belén. It's a beautiful movement, I would say, and hopefully we can get more Spanish corporations, small and large, to be part of it, and more here from the Valencia region. So.
Right. Nowadays we have, sorry, just for you to know, we have, in Spain, 30% is large companies, but 70% is small companies, which is a great balance, actually. And we would like to keep this balance because it means health of our movement.
And Rodrigo, you're a little different. You're more an enabler, right? And then sometimes it's maybe more challenging to invest in social impact. I'm an angel investor myself, and obviously we look for financial returns, but also we look to be part of the journey of the entrepreneurs. And at times, you know, when I invest in social impact, I also want to do good for the planet or do good for society, right? So, you know, how do you? Is it possible to, you know, innovate in this type of social sector? And can you give us examples how new ventures you've been able to invest in sectors that, you know, people thought it was impossible?
Sure. Good afternoon, everybody. I am Rodrigo Villar. I'm based in Mexico City. I run an organization called New Ventures. This year, we actually turned 20 years doing impact across the region. If I go back 20 years ago, the purpose of New Ventures was to somehow convince the private sector to get engaged with being a partner on solving social and environmental issues. Philanthropy is not enough. Government expenditure is not enough. We need the private sector to get really involved in order to solve the biggest problems or challenges we have as humanity. So the role of New Ventures has been always trying to prove that. We know that the private sector is never going to commit until they figure out how to make it profitable. So the role of New Ventures is to prove that with innovation, with technology, solving social and environmental issues could be profitable and could be a good investment. So within these 20 years we have been working, it shifts a lot. We started very agnostic, just finding companies that were working in climate and organic food or social issues. And we started as an accelerator, finding those entrepreneurs with crazy or innovative ideas and helping them. And with these years, we have been incorporating different arms of the group. So now we have a private equity fund, we have a lending company, we have a Another company is doing public policy. And within all of that group, we have been trying to figure out what's missing and how can we make it possible. To give you an example, something that's very, very close to me and is very recent, we started working with social and environmental issues like poverty, education, health, the traditional issues. And a couple of years ago, a German foundation came to us and they said, we have been doing philanthropy with diversity and inclusion, working with transgender communities, trying to support them with very traditional philanthropy. And they came to us and say, we want to pilot a financial product for the transgender community. And for New Ventures was something really different because we were more used to, in Latin America, we have bigger issues. We have, education, health, hunger, but at the end we figured out that it was a community that was suffering, it's vulnerable, and we felt they needed help in terms of this. So we partnered with this German foundation trying to understand what was going on, trying to understand what was missing there, what was why this community wasn't able to get financial products or to create new businesses. So we embarked into this new chapter of New Ventures to try to understand really diversity and equity and equality. And we ended up creating the first financial product for transgender-led companies. It was very successful. Of course, it was a very blended product. It was a product where the foundation was using somehow the charity or their non-profit status to mitigate the risk and to make it more accessible. And after a couple of years developing this product, now we launch a new product, which is called Diversa, where we're investing in more traditional companies that they want to be more inclusive and they want to have policies for diversity and inclusion. So we provide a loan, and we provide also consulting in terms of how can they do it. And eventually, if they reach certain milestones, we can reduce the interest rate. So it's kind of like a paper impact product. So we figure out that initial idea of helping the person itself, it moved to a larger things where we can be more systematic and try to influence in larger companies how can they approach this issue. So that very small pilot now turned into a $10 million product that we have resources to invest in companies that want to move into this issue. And something interesting about that product is that now we have another project with the Hilton Foundation when we embark to a similar project, but it's focused on employability. So now we have another $7 million to invest in companies that they want to improve their employability policies, where they're hiring single moms or disabled people. And if they reach their certain milestones, we can reduce the interest rate. But those are just some examples of things that we have been doing in New Ventures, where we feel that we are just seeing the beginning of a real revolution, innovation in finance. Usually we have been kind of educated that finance should be some way, and nobody is willing to take the risk and figure out how to break some rules, how to change the things. But there's a very large space to keep innovating in the way we can provide finance. And we need to do that, because when we look back into the entrepreneurship, impact investment sector, the first thing you will see is that most of the companies will not be candidates for impact investing as a traditional way. But it doesn't mean that there are bad companies. It doesn't mean that they're not growing. It doesn't mean they're not scaling. So there's a big need to keep innovating and finding different solutions, and that's where corporates, organizations like B Corp can be very amazing partners to keep on innovating. And I believe there's still a very large room to figure out how to bring the benefits of the private sector to the social sector.
Very interesting. I think sometimes there's this misconception that impact is non-profit, and if you don't have profit, you cannot impact. So, you know, I think that mindset needs to change a little bit. You talk about strategic alliances. We have very little time, but I would like to, you know, for you guys to just wrap up, give us some example. You know, you talk about ecosystem, but can you give us some example about strategic alliances, what you do at PepsiCo, same as with B Corp? So 1 minute each.
Okay. So in the case of Agrovita, this program that supports smallholder farmers in the region of Southeast Mexico, we partnered with Walmart Foundation, TechnoServe and Proforest as the NGO, so that we can address a larger population of beneficiaries. That's an example. Then we have another program in India that it's called Bowl of Growth. It's in the region of Pune and Maharashtra. And in this program in particular, we are addressing child hunger and malnutrition of kids that have between 3 and 5 years old. As part of this program, we have our brand Quaker that provides a very nutritious product. Quaker is oats. If somebody doesn't know, Quaker is oats, cereals. And we created this supplement for kids so that we can support this malnutrition in the region of Pune. This is an example of an internal alliance creating a product specifically to address malnutrition for kids in India with Quaker. And an example with Agrovita that we allied with Walmart Foundation to address a bigger target.
And Belén, at B Corp, what are some of the strategic alliances? Obviously, you have a huge ecosystem, so that's an alliance in itself, but some other specific ones?
As you said, we are representing actually an ecosystem because we work not only with B Corps, but also with the rest of the society, and one of the commitments is to work as a group, as a movement to make things happen apart from the companies. So, but a good example of, and I love this example because it's two companies working together in alliance and for changing lives. That is the point that we are worried about, that is specifically in this case. And I will put the example of Isdin, very well-known company, dermatology in field, and Chiesi. Chiesi is a pharmaceutical one, and they join, both of them are B Corps, and how instead of competing in some of the fields, what they are doing is to work together. So the beauty of the movement is that even the competitors, or the ones that are dealing and competing for some fields, they are working together for a better world for people. And in this case, what they are doing is to join the efforts, specifically for a collective that nobody is looking at this collective, which is the people that is suffering any separation of transplants. And they are really open and unfortunately and really sensitive to the cancer, skin cancer. So they are both together working hard for preventing the skin cancer of this collective that nobody else before that has really taken care of them. So how to compete, how to deal and to build a great alliance, even being competitors. For me, this is one of the beauties that we have to learn a lot from them.
You did mention about some alliances with corporations, and I think when it comes to investing, it's so important to have also different type of alliances. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. We ran out of time already. I would love to talk about other things that I think are very important, like leadership, you know, and how important is the leadership in terms of, you know, making organizations very impactful. And there's many other interesting topics, but this is the time we have, and we thank you so much for your time, and also for your time for being here today. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. for the lovely conversation. And now we are going to introduce the winners of the Startup Challenge. And if you can give me just 1 minute until we gather all the people into the Enlightenment Stage, that would be great, until we prep the stage for the awards. So stay tuned. This will begin in a minute. I think it's been a wonderful and productive morning and afternoon filled of incredible conversations around innovation, impact, sustainability, social justice. I think Valencia has an enormous potential to continue being the driving force of impact investment. And I encourage you to connect and link up with each other and find ways to continue this work throughout not just the conference, but in the next days, months, and years. I am very, very thankful that you guys made it today and that you're here with us in this community. As Marta and Margarita mentioned in the morning, this is not just an event organized by Social Nest. It's an event that is for you and by you. So please stay connected with us. Yeah, and if you can share with us all of your social media pictures from today, that would be incredibly good. That way we know exactly who was where and leading what conversation. Yes, I think we are almost set. And for the startups that will take their prize, I just encourage you to take your prize and stand in the front of the stage. This way it will make it easier for us to take the pictures and put everybody in a group. So I don't know, should we give a couple of seconds more for people to come into the Enlightenment Stage? And we can begin with the last bit of the gap in between, and then finally followed by Marta del Castillo and her closing remarks of the conference. Yeah. So, okay, let me know when we are all ready. Yeah? Okay, perfect. So, first of all, I just wanted to kind of give you a little bit of context about the Startup Challenge. This is about gathering innovators, innovative mindsets, people with solutions, with effective solutions, that look at problems with granularity and that are looking to create innovation and solve the problems of environment and social inequalities. So the Startup Challenge is very interesting because the big winner receives a grand prize of 10,000 euros, which is an important amount of money to make a lot of growth within their startup. And they also receive a Google Prize. So the winners will also be able to receive a co-working space within the Google Hot Desking campus in Madrid. Tickets to events like 4 years from now in Barcelona, impact measurement training, scholarships from Skills for Impact, and access to Versable for easier fundraising for 1 year for free. So these are very, very good prizes, you know, to keep the mission going and to make the case very, very worthy. So I will announce first I'll name the categories, and then I will name the winner and the person, or well, no, the person who will give the award, and then the winner, if that sounds good, okay? So for the first category, from a linear to a circular business strategy, I want to welcome Iker from SUI. Thank you so much for being here and giving this award. And the winner from this category, linear to a circular business strategy, is Oli from France. If you can come to the stage, that would be great. Okay, Congratulations again. All right, but in any ways, you still need to stay there because we want to take a picture of all of us, of all the groups. So you can, yeah, exactly. So until Oli comes to claim their prize, I will announce the category of safe, accessible, and nutritious food systems. And I want to welcome Marta del Castillo from Social Nest to give this award. And the winner of this category is Oscillum Spain. Bravo! Woo! Amazing, congratulations. That's an awesome name. Yep. Thank you so much. Yeah, guys, stay nearby. For the next category, we have shifting the financial system for the common good. And I want to invite Pilar Fandos to give the award to the next startup. And the winner is drums, no, I'm kidding. Crowny from Spain. Yeah. Congratulations. Woohoo! Congratulations. That's a really nice prize. In the next category, we have Smart Cities and Energy Transition. And I want to invite Andres Gomez to join us to the stage to give this award. And the winner for this category is Araiz.io Spain. Bravo. Woo! Okay. For the final category, social inclusion and equity beyond business, I want to welcome Raúl Sanchez to give this award. Thank you, Raúl, for being here and giving this award. And the winner is VSL Labs Israel. Congratulations. And, okay, congratulations. And I want to welcome our global winner today. And the winner is Wunderfisch, Germany. And eine schön Startup. Herzlichen Glückwunsch. Sehr gut. Super, congratulations. Yeah. Amazing, guys. Congratulations to all of you. No todo. Están aquí. Again.
And the winner is Oli.
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 Ah, vale. Ah, claro, Oli. Disculpa. Ay. Where were you? Oli from France. Congratulations. Wow, incredible. Yes. Can I get a mic?
Yes, now we have it. So, sorry to start again. We would love to ask to come to the stage all the startups that participated in the challenge. If possible, we want to take a family picture. And I would love to ask all the team of Social Nest and all our MCs, collaborators, all that joined with us together, please come to the stage because the stage is yours and you deserve this applause.
I'm gonna do like a...
Maria Francisca,
yes,
come to the stage.
I am going to put
all
this
our startups,
so
come and join us.
¿Puedes tomar una foto?
Team.
Gracias. Thank you. Wow, amazing, guys. Congrats.
Sara, ven. Marita. Lara, camina. Santi. Santi.
And last remarks. We won't keep you a lot of time here. Thank you, Annie. Thank you, Maria Francisca. Thank you, everybody. Come with me, Maria Francisca. So on behalf of Social Nest, I will just want to have our closing remarks here. First announcement, please, everybody pay attention. Esto es muy importante, guys, girls. We're gonna have a closing party outside with free beer. So that's a first applause. Please do not leave. We have to celebrate the closing of this second edition of the Gap in Between, and mostly we have to celebrate all our partners and all these amazing startups that they all participated in the challenge that they've been pitching, and they've been doing their demo days with all of our partners like Aida Food and First Drop and all of our colleagues from Lanzadera and from Caixa and Premios Emprende 21. All these talents is what we're celebrating, and I want to give like my most grateful and most happiness to all the team of Social Nest. Like, this is possible thanks to this amazing team of people that we are very few, but we are very noisy, as you have realized. And most of it, I believe that the team of Social Nest is very talented. And I'm especially grateful to Carmen Blanc. Carmen, that she was the project leader of this amazing event. She lost like 10 kilograms and 10 years of life. And she's amazing. Carmen, come here. And also to Lara. Lara, come here, please, and join. Yes? Lara joined us 2 months ago, and she did the whole production here with Carmen, and a special grateful to Choba and all the team of Trotamundo and all the people that joined us. So, ladies, say something.
We are really happy. Hola? Does it work? Yeah, okay. Well, thank you, Marta, for this. I think we're super proud. Like, it was crazy for me. It was kind of one of the first time I did something like this. So I'm super thankful for Lara. She was a huge help, and thank you for all the team. I hope you enjoyed, and I hope you learned something, and I hope we see each other next year.
Muchísimas gracias por venir, a todos. Muchas gracias.
Thanks so much to everybody. Thanks so much to all our partners, to all the colleagues and all the people that came together. And thanks so much to all of you, that you not only came from all of the places from Spain, Europe, and even internationally, from Mexico, from Israel, from Ireland, from the United States, from all over the place. So thank you very much for coming. The Gap in Between is made out of the collaboration of all these people that want to do a better world and want to change the reality, the present, to make sure that we have a future. So now let's celebrate, let's have beer, sunset, and enjoy the beautiful weather of Valencia. Thanks so much to everybody.
And And one more thing, we wanted to thank Margarita and Marta for such a wonderful ecosystem building and giving Anik and I the opportunity to be here. You guys are amazing. You guys are a power team, and thank you so much. You guys are building the next generations, and it's so important for us because we're at the forefront of societal and environmental justice, and it's very important that we have people like you leading the cause. Thank you.
Gracias.